Hey everyone. Hopefully I'm audible. It's been a few days. Happy New Year. I got sick indeed after that other stream. But that's okay. I'm feeling a little better now. At least well enough to go about my usual routine for the most part. But included in that routine, we will be resuming our year in review for part number 2 today. And then after this stream, the streams for the rest of the month will pretty much just be the first blind playthrough game, as well as continued prep for the GDQ Back to Black Marathon in February, which is going to be for Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, at least for me personally, the Bloodstained Ritual of the Night randomizer. So we'll be doing on-stream practice for that this month as well. That's what's in store. The game that we're going to be doing as the blind playthrough this month, that'll be revealed at the end of the stream. So stick around for that if you're interested, or if not, then you'll be seeing it when the next stream is done anyway. All right. So without further ado, here we go. Let's get started with resuming from where we left off. So we were talking about Mirror's Edge Catalyst at the end last time, and that was like in the summer, I think. Let me see. Yeah, that was in July. So it was about the halfway point, I suppose. So the next game I played after that was Gunvolt 2. I already mentioned in part 1 of the year in review stream that Gunvolt 2, or Gunvolt in general, was a pretty influential game for me this year, and I'll probably put it among my like 3 games that characterize how last year went with my blind playthroughs. Because I mean, it's not really like because like Gunvolt's like one of the best games I played or anything, but it's more so like how it informed me of like a different side of like action platformers, where, you know, having like game design where you like allow for the player to focus on scoring if they're interested in that, but then still offer an opportunity to, you know, have like a chill experience that the player can get through smoothly. That was like a side of games that I hadn't really seen since maybe playing Kirby, or, you know, some of the games I played when I was younger. But a lot of the games we played this year aren't necessarily like that. So it was a nice warm like newfound perspective in our journey this year. Because I think the other thing about Gunvolt in general as a series is that even though it's somewhat welcoming to casual players, like in terms of allowing them to like complete the game, there's still like a lot of intense systems that you can really dive deep into. And in fact, I would say the depth that's present in here is a lot more than even some of the most heralded RPGs that people have come to know and love over the past couple years. Like even like stuff from the Final Fantasy series, or stuff from like the Souls series, I wouldn't say has as much depth as the simple mechanics for scoring in Gunvolt. I mean, there are weird comparisons to make, I know, but it's just like what comes to mind for like depth and accessibility, like in the contrast between those two. So that's why I think it marks like a super major point of influence for me. Aside from that, I mean, Gunvolt 2 featured the new character Copen. Copen's very strong in this game. Copen's just very strong in general. Like, you know, he's able to move with a lot more fluidity than Gunvolt himself is, but the difference with him is that you don't have a powerful like barrier that you can surround yourself with almost all the time to defend yourself from projectiles or to apply damage in AoE. Like, you don't really have that same capability. You have to pretty much like use your mobility as a direct means of interfacing with the enemies, and then that way you can apply your shots, and that's how you tag them, right? Whereas Gunvolt, you can like from afar, you can like shoot the tag projectile and use the flash field to excuse me, still a little recovering, so I might be coughing a few times. you use the tag projectile, and then you use the flash field to connect the damage onto them, which is like kind of opposite of what Copen has, where you use your means of close range combat to engage with the enemy, and then you apply the projectile to kill them. So like kind of opposite in that regard. Although, I mean, it's not really the exact opposite, because Gunvolt's means of applying the damage isn't necessarily confined to merely like melee engaging with the enemy. Like, you can still use flash field from any distance from the screen. And you can see even Copen himself has like this protective shield that can surround him for projectiles like this. But I think in order to do it, you have to have full bullets or something. I don't remember the exact nature of it, but I know it's not as straightforward as, oh, you have like an attack out or not, or you have yeah, I don't think it's very straightforward basically. And Copen still has all the pervasion stuff, but he's not, unlike Gunvolt, he's not restricted from attacking in order for his pervasion to actually be applied. Because with the Gunvolt, you can't pervade while you have flash field out, at least with the default armaments. I'm not sure if that can change with other armaments that are available. Hey, Bravo, what's up? Happy New Year. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thank you for the lurk. I know it's pretty late for you, so I appreciate your tuning in. Hope everything's good. Yeah, yeah, the difference, like in Copen, like having pervasion still while he's attacking, just allows for him to just tear through enemies in like a Gunvolt, despite Gunvolt feeling like he kind of has more DPS overall. I think the one thing I wasn't doing though when I was playing Gunvolt 2 was using the EX weapons very often. Oh dear. Okay. I was talking about Gunvolt 2 in the positive light, but my goodness, I think the story is super whack. The stories for these games have never been great, but I feel like the story got progressively worse over the course of the games. Like, this game had like the weirdest story. Well, Gunvolt 3's story was also weird, but at least it kind of made sense at the end of it, and it was still goofy, but nah, I mean, it was yikes. I think the only saving grace for Gunvolt 3 was that at least the focus wasn't on Gunvolt as much, so it allowed for other characters to get the spotlight. But nah, this game was whack. With the story, that is. I mean, okay, here's the other thing, right? This game like has like Copen missions and Gunvolt missions, but it never felt like they were tied together in a smooth enough way for me to care about the connection between the two characters. I feel like I even got more of a sense of how the two characters were connected from the first game than the second game. And that was from them only having limited there were limited instances where it was like directly shown that these characters have a rivalry between each other. So that in its own regard is pretty interesting, like how they just can't seem to develop like a meaningful interest in like some of the main rivalries or the core aspects of the plot without introducing like new characters, basically. But it's okay. You're not playing these games for the story. You're playing for the gameplay. At least that's how I see it. So it doesn't bother me that much. But yeah, I mean, Gunvolt 2, I think. Okay, it's kind of hard to say for me right now. Like I kind of said earlier, like I like this game more than Gunvolt 1, but I think over time I've not necessarily had my thoughts on Copen as a character that you play as. I don't know if I like him that much compared to the Qdine, especially. Qdine is so much cooler. But I will say, I mean, at least Copen is definitely cooler than Gunvolt and Gunvolt 3. Gunvolt and Gunvolt 3 is just super goofy. It's super hard to take seriously. I don't think I'm willing to ever entertain that again. Oh yeah, this is like the bait ending or something, right? Wait, why did I have another VOD? Oh, that's right. You get the first ending, and then you gotta play through the missions again with Gunvolt, and then you get a real ending, basically. Yeah, that's so funny. Anyway, there's not much else to say. I mean, I enjoyed this game, but like, Hopin is not the most enjoyable character. I don't think. I think my thoughts on him have changed ever since Gunvolt 3, because Gunvolt 3 was just that sick. And it makes sense that it's like a big gap between 1 and 2 versus 3, because there's a large number of years between them as well. They've had time to mature with their gameplay style. I still think Gunvolt, like before, I didn't really think it was an issue, but I can understand the perspective a little more, where the series kind of struggles with allowing for you to smoothly get through the levels when you're new, right? You kind of feel compelled to like kill all the enemies, which is something that slows you down a little bit pace-wise. Over time, you can build the proficiency, but you know, I think a lot of people would say that like it's nice to be able to go fast, and being able to do so early on is pleasant, even if it's not really something you prefer to have as a game designer in the long term. You know, there's a reason why people love games like Sonic. What are other examples? Yeah, I mean, Sonic's a good example, I guess, where that's a game you can go fast in without really being that good necessarily. And it feels good to go fast in that game. But then when you start building that additional intentionality, it becomes even more satisfying. So, yeah. Anyway, not much else to say. Oh yeah, I mean, actually there is a little bit more to say. This final boss was so funny. Where is it? As are all the final bosses in Gunvolt games. Not this guy, not Copen. Where is she? It's the... Yeah, this boss. Wait, is it this boss? I think it is this boss. Yeah, this boss was so funny. And you can see the bitrate is struggling too. That only excuse me. That only happens with Gunvolt out of all the 2D games that I play. Because Gunvolt has so many particle effects on the screen. Alright, next up is En Garde. This game was a lot of fun. I saw it at I think it was SGDQ last year, or something like that. Or maybe, no, it wasn't SGDQ. It might have been HDQ. I don't actually remember. But it was one of the marathons last year. Oh, you know what? No, maybe it was neither of those. It might have been one of those marathons in Europe. But yeah, regardless, I saw it there. I was like, okay, I got to try it out. Looks fun. It's just an action game. It's very short, very sweet, very focused. It's got some cool how to say it, like dueling mechanics. I think nowadays I would be giggling a lot more at a game like this. Actually, I think it would have been interesting for a game like this to completely remove the parry indicators, because that's something I've come to like not really like in games, when they give you a little bit of a fourth wall breaking parry indicator so that you can get the timing right. I think it's cooler when you can just develop that feel for the timing naturally, based on the animations or based on just external factors, rather than something that's like a kind of a quality of life feature, I would say, like accessibility feature. Yeah, this game was cool. You know, it had to be short. I must say, it had to be short, because otherwise they would have needed to develop a little bit more, or expand a little bit more upon the nature of the enemy designs themselves. Because like, that's the thing, right? For a combat system like this, it pretty much rides or dies on the expansiveness of the enemy's move sets And if they're not like that expansive enough, then it kind of feels like, okay, what's the point of having all of these cool mechanics, you know? But no, it was genuinely fun. It kind of leans more on the beat 'em up side than ends up leaning towards like the standard like action adventure. But the action adventure elements are still present. And given that it is a small scope game, like I think they did a wonderful job with it. Yeah, not much else to say really. It's supposed to be a funny little game, I guess. There was a mechanic I forgot about that I'm trying to remember right now. Yeah, I don't remember. It had to do with the shield bar though. That's why I'm trying to like look at like whether I can recall it from just watching a little bit of this gameplay, but I don't remember. It was cool though. It was cool. This is what I'm trying to remember. It was introduced in the middle of the game, as far as I can recall. Yeah, this game was so funny with its mechanics and stuff. The movement is surprisingly smooth for a game of this kind. But, you know, I guess when you think about like fencing does require swift and deliberate movements. So it's somewhat representative of that, but not entirely. Because it still has some of that cartoony cheese with like how fast and how far you can travel with the dodges and rolls and dashing and whatever. Sorry. Yeah, I would have streamed a few days sooner, but you know, I wanted to really make sure my voice was well recovered enough. But the sickness I had was pretty yikes. Oh yeah, there was this game had like some like enemy setups where if you get hit by one enemy's attack, then it'll like reset the progress in killing the other enemy. It was like a mechanic. Yeah, this guy with the lightning health bar is like that. And they had like enemy setups where like you'd really get bodied if you didn't know what you were doing. There was a combat arena late game that I really appreciated for incorporating that element. I think it might have been no, it wasn't this one. This one I died a lot at though, I remember. But it wasn't that one. It was pretty late into the game though. Yeah, that's where you start like kind of using the objects a little bit more. Because objects are broken. It might have been near this spot, but I don't exactly remember where it was. So that's the thing. Yeah, anyway, yeah, this game was fun. But, you know, it's not a large scope game, so it's kind of hard for me to feel compelled to play it more and more, which is fine. Not a big deal. But I do like being able to squeeze out more playtime out of a game if I'm really enjoying it. Can't find the combat arena I'm thinking of. It's not this one. This is the last one though. Before like the cutscene kill of some kind. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this was fun. Circle the Moon. This wasn't a blind playthrough, but we did play it this year. The thing is, I didn't plan on playing it as part of this year's playthroughs. I just had kind of a craving on a whim to replay this game without a DSS glitch. Yeah, and what an experience. This game is very hilarious. I really don't understand why people tout this game above Harmony of Dissonance still, but you know, it's fine, I guess. This is not my gameplay, this is the demo. But yeah, we got to relive and re-experience the joys of Circle the Moon, such as grinding for card drops, which I had thought I was going to get all the cards, but then I think at some point midway through, I was like, nah, I'm good. We did get pretty lucky though on a lot of the cards in this playthrough. I'm glad. I really think that is one of the worst parts of this game, among other things. And then of course the famous dragon zombies. Perhaps the best boss in the whole series. Every single Castlevania video game. Oh, you know, I still feel like the Aria of Sorrow final boss is worse, but I mean, the difference with the Aria of Sorrow final boss, especially after I played that game again last year, I said this year, last year, is that at least the Aria of Sorrow final boss, you fight it with full power. Oh, this boss, yeah. Peak, actual peak, true peak. Igarashi would never be able to come up with peak like this. Sadly, I can't, or sadly or not sadly, I'm not sure which it would be, but I cannot attribute this boss to Igarashi because he wasn't involved in this game. Yeah, very sad. Yeah, you know, maybe this boss is just worse than Aria of Sorrow's final boss. Or I said Aria of Sorrow. Dawn of Sorrow. Dawn of Sorrow. I know I said Aria of Sorrow so much. My apologies. But still, yeah. Dawn of Sorrow's final boss. Like, at least you get to fight it with full power. With all like the resources and tools you will have accumulated throughout the game, and you can make it a little bit less bad. But this boss, like, honestly, there isn't really a better way to fight this boss because you don't have the best tools in the game by this point in the game. Your best tool is just throw in the crosses and hope that you have enough heart maxes to carry as many crosses as possible. There's not really much better you can do. You would think they would you would have like a tool to like make this boss a breeze, right? Because this is a Game Boy game. Something I've not mentioned that frequently for like the past 2 years, but I did mention a few times back when I was first doing non-fighting game streams in 2023, is that Game Boy games, just by their very nature, are supposed to be much easier, right? Because it's a handheld game. It's supposed to be like a chill experience that you take with you where you're going and stuff. That's how Game Boy games were made back then, for the most part. Obviously, there are plenty of exceptions, but and I guess this game, some people see as one of them. I don't really think this game is hard per se. I think it's more so just not tightly designed, which makes it have flaws and areas that people associate with difficulty nowadays, right? Like, if anything, this game is akin to like the old school NES platformers in some regards, with like being just kind of not very well polished. But again, like nowadays people think that's like what difficulty means, so there you go. Which again, they're free to do so. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I don't think this sort of difficulty provides any meaningful means of letting the player grow like on a trajectory of becoming more skillful or becoming more thoughtful and improving their strategy for this game. Because the strategy for this game not only really is non-existent, but it's also just like a matter of numbers rather than like any meaningful tactics, you know? And the numbers here tell you that you should use the cross for this fight if you have it available. And if you don't have it available, you could use the axe technically, but the cross is so much better that there's not really any reason to use the axe if you have it available. Which there's always a cross that you can easily get to on the left side of the map. So. And then after you beat this boss, if you just happen to know about the strategy guide secrets, then you can go and get the broken card combos. I forgot what was the card called. Not Pluto, but like it's the one that gives you basically all the screen wipes. Anyway, you go and get that cross, or I said cross, card. You go and get that card. Oh my goodness, sorry. Words are hard. Bear with me, guys. But yeah, you go and get that card, and then a lot of the bosses become very simple to deal with. You just use like 1 or 2 screen clear supers, and then they're dead. The numbers in this game are so bad that there's some regular enemies that are more tanky than bosses in the game. And the regular enemies are so annoying to deal with too. They're like Silksong flying AI type of enemies. I'm not sure if I farmed any of them. Let me see. I mean, even if I just came across them, then we would be able to see it. Like, did I go fight death at any point? It looks like I did. So I would have been able to see the succubus flying enemies, probably. The box puzzles, yo. Was it this room? No. Why am I not able to get to the room that I'm talking about? Okay, it's in this area. Because YouTube is just being so slow for the exact spot I want to snap to. These enemies, oh my goodness. Snipe you from across the screen. Okay, here we go. I found the room. I was about to die. That makes sense. Yeah, those enemies right there. Oh, it's so peak. These are not the enhanced version. The enhanced versions are like basically a boss. This one is like fine. This one is okay to deal with because you just ignore it, right? Isn't that great game design? You make something so frustrating to deal with that ignoring it is just optimal for saving your resources. It's just awesome. And the only reason why, guys, something like ignoring an enemy is worth doing is if killing the enemy doesn't give meaningful enough rewards, right? I think about it, like if you're trying to manage your resources and let's say the enemy has a resource that is highly sought after, right? Then sure, like killing that enemy is valuable to do. But no, in this game, you don't get resources back from enemies, and the drop rates on the stuff that the enemies actually give you is just absolutely obscene. So there's no good reason to really engage with them most of the time. Like at least for, you know, games like from the Metroid series, like you're usually getting resources refilled from enemies. Obviously, if you don't need to refill resources, which is the case in some of the later on Metroid games, then you might not need to engage with the enemies ever. I actually think that's what I wanted to mention before. I actually think NES Metroid was the best in that regard, in making like killing normal enemies actually relevant, because that's like a critical component of resource management in that game. Whether that is a good thing or not is debated, and I do think the fact that you start with only 30 HP every time you die, no matter how many E-tanks you have, is pretty questionable. But I think the gist of what they were trying to go for is still well understood, and you know, of course, from there they kind of took things in the other direction to make it like a nice bonus rather than like an essential requirement of playing the game. That is killing enemies for the resources. So I've always been a fan of like resource management in games. I mean, there are games like Dark Souls that I think do a great job of that, but Dark Souls has some other things that kind of actively conflict with that as well. And they seem to have the strongest desire to make you hate the game as well. And you guys know how I feel about that. All right, anyway. Yeah, there's not much to watch for this game. This game is horrible. Did not age well at all. All right, Kirby in the Forgotten Land. That is a spin game. There's no way. This game was very fun. Too bad the timing I played it at was such that I didn't get to play Starcross World, which came out later last year. Okay, the problem is that I bought Forgotten Land like a few years ago and didn't play it until last year. So, you know, if I had just like waited, I mean, how was I supposed to know they were going to do DLC, right? So like, didn't they announce it pretty late notice anyway? Yeah. But yeah, this game was a lot of fun. I mean, there's not much to say about this game either. There's a lot of stuff I didn't do, like optional levels and like optional challenges and stuff. And I think there's supposed to be extra content you can get from replaying the game and stuff, but I never did any of that. Because, you know, especially in the latter part of the year, I was kind of just focused on getting through the games. So I didn't bother with a lot of stuff that wasn't associated with basically the any percent completion of any of these games. I don't regret that, by the way, because imagine if I had tried to do like more completionist oriented things for like some of the games like Mega Man Zero, or some of the games like Nine Souls, or even some of the games we didn't finish like Soul Calibur 3. That would have been a disaster. Oh yeah, this was like the post Dark Souls 3 K drive was not the same. I never saw any of these games the same ever again. Because when I got to some of the bosses in this game, I was like, oh, Dark Souls. Because, you know, they have like the 3D perspective, and the boss pattern like comes in and you can like dodge, and the dodge even slows down time if you pass through something. It was so funny. I mean, I thought the bosses in this game were actually pretty cool. That's the thing, right? It's not something you'd expect necessarily, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think in general, like just trying to reimagine and revisualize the, reconceptualize the world of Kirby in 3 dimensions, pretty tricky, right? And there's a lot of challenges in making the game still overall fun to play while keeping it pretty in line with like the whole like original philosophy of Kirby, which is like a pretty chill game overall, right? Chill game series. But I think they nailed it out of the park. Still feel that way. There's a lot I have to come back to as well, but again, because they released Starcross World, I'm like, man. I guess I'll eventually get it when it goes on sale, but you know, by then there will be like the Switch 3 announced or something. That's how they play nowadays, Nintendo. They don't care about you, the consumer. But yeah. Let's get a look at some of the bosses that we fought. Oh yeah, I took like a streaming break. Just like after I started playing this game too. I mean, I've taken longer gaps in not streaming that were longer than the gap between part 1 and part 2 for this game, but this one was like an actual break that I just needed. Other times, like the time between today's stream and the last stream, were like necessities pretty much. So. Where do I see the bosses? Oh, is this a boss? Oh yeah, this boss. This is pretty funny. Dude, the bosses in this game are better than Silksong, legit. I don't think a single boss in this game like spawned ads. Isn't that crazy? I mean, that's not exactly a high bar though, so I'm just being a hater. Oh, command grab. Oh, gotta do a QTE. Oh man, if I had played this game with seeing that double command grab, if I had played this game like after Tomb Raider, like later in the year, then yikes. So I'm lucky I played this game when I did. I'm about to die to this armadillo boss, dude. No, don't die. Oh, I spit out the copy ability on accident. Get 3D checked. I thought I was gonna swallow the star, so I spit it out, I think, assuming that I was gonna get the star instead, which is not what I would want it. But yeah. Did I clutch this or did I end up dying? If you die to a Kirby boss, you should never be allowed to hold a controller ever again. You have your game journalist license revoked. Oh, shame on me and my family. Oh, you lose money when you die in this game? There's no shot. Wow, that's funny. The final boss was cool too, but I saw like a glimpse of the Starcross World version of this boss, and that's why I'm like, man, I gotta play this. Of course, still dodge slot, but at least it's funny. See, dodge slop is okay when you already know that the game is like not supposed to be like that intense or frustrating. When you know it's a casual game. The thing is, Dark Souls compels you to want to take it seriously, because not only because of its presentation, like, you know, the story and stuff, and how it's like very serious and mysterious, but also because of the emotions it evokes from you, the negative emotions. It makes you want to conquer the game so that you can reduce those emotions as much as possible. Wow, the DPS check there? Is that a DPS check? I guess the world may never know. I mean, I was using like a strong DPS copy ability, so I literally would never know, I don't think, so. Volcano Fire was definitely pretty OP for this boss. Spamming dodge. Oh no. Oh, okay, okay. Barely got it back. Let's go. Yeah, wait. That attack where it just like dies at you multiple times, completely uninteractable, it looked like. This reminds me a little bit of that angel boss in Fury. Actually, like very much so. With like the attack where this boss like swoops across from outside the arena and you can't interact with it before or after. But like midway through you can try to hit it a little bit. I love QTEs. Yes, I do. Yeah, this Kirby game is also like stylistically kind of different from what I was used to, because I feel like a lot of the Kirby games typically don't have a scope that goes beyond like the immediate, like, you know, cartoony style world of Planet Popstar. But this game had like an Earth parallel, like an abandoned Earth or something, with like all this, you know, trash, junk, and man-made machines and stuff. And then also, you know, animals being used as like soldiers and stuff. There's definitely like some kind of grander scope commentary this game has tucked deep within that most of the other Kirby games don't have. So yeah, but I'm not really someone that's like interested in like watching like a Kirby story explained video, because, you know, there's gonna be like, oh, Kirby's evil. This cute little pink puff is not who you think he is. It's like a tired argument I don't really want to hear. Yeah, this game's music was very cool, very, very cool. I liked it a lot. All right, Soul Calibur 3 was an interesting one. This was the Chronicles of the Sword mode. Got to experience the PS2 era single player mode in a game I'm not really that accustomed to. I think if I had been more proficient in this game, I would have enjoyed it a little more. This Chronicles of the Sword mode. But yeah, having to deal with the oppression made it pretty tricky to get through. Especially because of the runbacks, dude. You die, like if you properly die, like lose all your characters in the scenario, then you just start the scenario over again. So I was purposely playing to like not lose all 3 of my characters, which made it take like forever still. But at least it didn't take forever in terms of having to restart the whole mission again. It only took forever in the sense that I had to wait for my characters to revive and stuff. This definitely would have been better to play on emulator, but not even for that reason particularly. It was more so actually because of the game lagging and stuff. There's a lot of lag that apparently is just inherent to the model of PS3 console that I have, which is a model that doesn't actually have full hardware emulation. It's partially software emulation. You have to get like one of the first, not even one of the first. There's only like very few of the first PS3 models that actually have full hardware emulation of PS2. Yeah, mine was like just barely outside of that, but I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, I was going to say, I think it's only that sort of thing is only relevant for certain games. Like most of the PS2 games will run perfectly fine, even if you're having partial software emulation. But if you're gonna have partial software emulation in the first place, you might as well play on an emulator. Emulators are software emulation as well, and especially the ones made by the community nowadays, like for like a PCSX2, they're very sophisticated nowadays, and they do their work quite well. They do what they're supposed to do. And since they're targeted for modern machines, they take advantage of like the fact that machines nowadays are a lot more powerful than the PS3 or even the PS2. So you can do a lot more with what you've got than like simply owning the console. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting mode. It's got like some real-time strategy elements. It's got some tactical RPG elements, and then of course there's the main fighting, which it's okay. Like, I think it's definitely much easier to appreciate if you already like Soul Calibur. I don't already have a strong attachment to Soul Calibur. Really, all my exposure to Soul Calibur was playing Soul Calibur 4 on 360, and that was like. That was like just mashing buttons pretty much. I only really remember that Yoda was in the game and that was it. I didn't even know that based on the platform that you have Soul Calibur 4 on, the DLC is different. So if you have like 360, I think it was Yoda. And if you had PS3, I think it was Darth Vader or something. Like, that's messed up, dude. That was like the early Bandai Namco greed of making the player want to double dip. So yeah, this playthrough was suspended. Let me see. I didn't end up finishing. There were a couple of scenarios that were like unreasonable, I felt like obviously if you're good at the game, then it doesn't matter. So when I say unreasonable, I just mean more so for like a casual person, which I feel like this is what this mode is aimed at, right? But Soul Calibur 3 is from what I hear, Soul Calibur 3 is not even the entry that was the most competitively respected within Soul Calibur series in the first place. So, I don't know. Yeah, this was funny at least. I had a good time. I definitely would have been willing to finish if I had played it on emulator, but having to deal with all the oddities and hilarities on my poor old console was probably not worthwhile. Mega Man Zero. So I wanted to play the Mega Man Zero games already this year, because seeing footage of Mega Man, which one was it? I think it was Mega Man ZX Advent. Seeing footage of that, it was like, oh man, like this is the kind of game I want to play, because it had like the style of voice acting that that I don't know, my brain just loves. But you know, I was like, okay, I just gotta play these games in order first, just to develop a further exposure, right? So, started off with Mega Man 0, 1 through 4, and then we're gonna go and play ZX and ZX Advent this year. 0-1 was great. I enjoyed it a lot. I actually thought that this style of like having like, you know, pretty intense bosses and like having swift, fast-paced levels along the way was like actually really cool. And I thought it was a shame that they kind of didn't offer that much in each individual entry and decided to spread it out among the 4 different entries. Because these games are really super short. Like, there's not that much changing in between them either. I mean, I know that the Mega Man fans would say otherwise, which, you know, to some degree I can see the changes that they did make and say that some of them were quite substantial if you're someone that pays attention to the details. But a lot of the time, I don't really know if these changes were worth having a separate game for. Like, it could have been like a chapter 1, chapter 2. Like, obviously back then, the idea was that, you know, you could split them into separate games because someone might want to buy or grind one game but not necessarily the other ones. Or sometimes, you know, if someone can complete the game in a shorter session, or not really, okay, that's not really true. Like, basically, it's, I guess, the idea that, you know, you can convince the player to be willing to buy the next games if it's something that they are familiar with already, right? But kind of hard to do. It's definitely easier production-wise, but it's kind of hard to justify for a consumer, right? Especially if you're waiting like 2 years and then the next game after 2 years is just like whatever. Kind of the same old stuff you've already seen. Then it's not as convincing. But what really like sold me on Mega Man Zero was this first boss here. And this first boss is probably not as challenging as the time I had with it per se. Especially if you use the like the melee or you use the charge shot. I think the charge shot is available by this point. But I was using basically the P shots. Yeah, and obviously it takes a lot longer to kill this boss if you do that, because it has iframes after you deal damage to it. This boss also has a timer, which is funny. Normally I'm not really a fan of having timers for bosses, but I think having something like that for a boss like this, especially as like one of the first boss encounters in the whole game, I think it bumps up the intensity level and presents like an interesting like laying of the groundwork for what you can expect for the rest of the game. Oh yeah, this game also had like retries, like, so you have a limited number of lives you can retry on with no run back, and then after you run out of lives, you just got to do the run back, right? But obviously there's save assist in this game, which I decided to use eventually, but not like right away. Not right away, so that I could see how the game is like. I will say I'm glad I eventually turned on save assist, because it would just drive me insane otherwise. These games were definitely not very kind if you consider that they don't have save assist originally. They didn't have save assist originally, but I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary from games of that time period. If you look like from like the actual old school games, this game of course was a little bit later on in like that old school era, but everyone that like praises like the Souls games style to death nowadays, these games were like the early incarnation of that in every regard. In fact, I would say even more so. And I would say these games have like a meaningful component of challenge that exists outside of the mere like frustration aspect, that does require you to like actually learn and actually apply things and actually get better at understanding how the game works. Now, obviously, there are elements of pattern memorization, and the fact that you have like run backs if you're not using save assist points doesn't really help. There's a lot of trolling as well, but it's not like it has those things and does not at all have like a proper execution component or a proper strategical component. Like, these things actually exist in the game, and I think they exist in a meaningful enough way that makes it like fun and interesting to actually improve at. Now, at the same time, this game has its outs, that's for sure, and their knowledge checks a little bit, like, you know, applying the certain element to the certain boss does more damage, right? Like, that's definitely an out, I would say. And that's on the par with like what Souls games do nowadays as well. Because something that we all have to understand is like these games, like I would say this game as well, like even though it was like kind of late into the old school era, I'd say this game was still meant to be beaten. Maybe not by everybody, but like it's still on the plane of like, hey, you know, we kind of meant for this game to be beaten. And that's why those outs are present. Otherwise they wouldn't be there. And actually allows for the speedrun to be as fast as it is as well, because otherwise the speedrunners would have to deal with very painful long fights, which would be very entertaining to watch, but I'm sure to play it would be draining. Because think about my position here, right? 1 HP, look at how much health I still need to bring down from the boss. 6 seconds left and couldn't do it, right? Like, if that's your last life, you gotta do the whole stage over again, which I did, it looks like. That's so funny. Yeah. But this really had, this really did leave a dramatic impression on me, I will say. And from here, I think it got, for the most part, oh, okay, I wouldn't say it got better, but for the most part, I think it stayed enjoyable from here. Mega Man 01, that is. Now, I can't say the same for every game in the series. 02 and 04 as well were both super whack. It's kind of unbelievable. Especially when you compare it to like 03, which was like a lot more chill and tame by contrast. It's like, what happened with... What were they trying to do with 02 and 04? Like, just goofy trolling. Oh, the VOD skipped. Oh no, that's a YouTube issue. Sorry about that. But yeah, Just trying to watch until I get my successful attempt. When was it? It might have not even been this one. Yeah, because I know it took me like kind of an hour into the first playthrough to get it, because I was using a very unoptimal method of fighting this guy. Yeah, I love the movement in this game. I mean, that's what's cool about it, right? Like, this sort of thing is always thrilling about action games. When you're required to make like these much tighter maneuvers to keep yourself alive. Oof. Couldn't do it. I still had some lives left, so no run back. Yeah, it makes me wish that more, like, because I mean, like, the one thing that kind of ruins this game and being fully realizing the type of quote unquote interesting difficulty I'm talking about is the presence of those outs. Because then as soon as you learn of them, like, there's no reason not to use them when you have them available. And I think it's what game? I think it's 03 or something, which there's a game where you basically guaranteed to get, or maybe it was this game, but there's a game where you're guaranteed to get the elemental weapon after you defeat the boss. Yeah. Oh, did I clutch it out? Clutch it out, clutch it out. Yo, okay, okay. All right. Some of these levels are really funny. Same monkey. Yep, all the boss rushes. Yeah, okay. You know what? I've already said that, like, I'm not a fan of like the boss rushes in Inti Creates games. If I had to do the boss rushes without save assist, I think I would just like not play these games anymore. Oh yeah. The bosses, not the boss rushes, just the boss rushes, but final boss in this game. Yeah, I was pretty tilted with this final boss because I felt like they could have done more with the actual boss's patterns, but instead they're just like, no, instead of having like more actual patterns, we're just gonna have instant death pit here that you have to like use this like wall jump gimmick to not die from. And if you hadn't mastered phase 1 and you died to that to phase 2, then you have to do phase 1 all over again. The problem with phase 1 isn't even the actual like fight component of the phase 1. It's this right here. It's what you're seeing right now, which is the fact that you have to watch this cutscene every single time that you die to the boss. Isn't that awesome, guys? Run back, run back. I think I was trying to do AI manip on this. You know what? Waka has kind of opened my eyes to the fact that a lot of Mega Man bosses come down to whether you can manip their AI to beat them. You know what? Maybe Miyazaki truly did take a lot of inspirations from Mega Man for his boss designs. Because I feel like that's not... Is that not also the case for Souls bosses? Like, finding a way to AI manip them is like optimal, basically. And then, of course, you AI manip plus use like the out, right? To fight them. The out being like maybe the what's it called? the thing that like gives your sword like a fire element basically. In Wuchang, it's like the, you know, the temperance where you know, you apply like fire to your weapon and then burn just like does a lot of damage to them. In Dark Souls, they have plenty of that for your inventory as well that you can use, but they're consumables rather than like inherent abilities that you get over the course of the game, like in Wuchang. Oh hey, Alec, what's up? Haven't seen me live in a minute. Also, the stream is missing one. That's so funny. Yeah, happy New Year. Yeah, I've been streaming regularly still, but I got sick between last stream and this one, so that is probably why you haven't seen in a while. I hope you're doing well. There's not been a lot of Isaac. That's also the case. Last time I played, when was the last time I played? I don't actually remember. But my eating streak died anyway, so I've not been playing it on stream as much. I basically haven't played on stream since that happened. Anything exciting for Christmas? I mean, I didn't get any gifts. I didn't get anything for myself either, though. So, nope. I don't really handle Christmas like that, so that is why. Oh, it's so peak. 0-2. Yeah, this game was just so much trolling. It's unbelievable. And it's mainly in the levels that the trolling was taking place. Not like, I mean, the bosses I didn't like that much either, but it's mainly the levels at this level. The instant death spikes inside of the water with the water physics and the ice physics all in one. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Unreal. And also these infinitely spawning fish. It's like everything perfect about a platformer level that you could possibly make about it. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I think the other thing is, didn't this game have the blind drops from those boxes? Or was that 0-1? That might have been 0-1. That was like burned into my mind forever after I first encountered it. Super traditional. She spoils everyone for Christmas. Some of your gifts still safe from Santa. That's so funny. I mean, that's awesome though. It's good to, I like giving gifts is great because, you know, that's what gets people together. Hope you got what you wanted. Oh, the crab boss was in this game, 0-2. It was a mini boss, but yeah. Oh, this boss as well. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh, this game was so funny. I was using save assist early on, I think. I had to have been. What is this? Oh yeah, this one. This is the, yeah, okay, I remember this level. Oh, this is the boss of cheese. Let's go. Oh my goodness. I forgot about this. In Mega Man 02, I forgot about this. Dudes, I'm telling you, it's all about AI manips for Mega Man bosses. Oh, nice. Yeah, Ninja products. Yeah, definitely. Go into a store for 20 oranges. I mean, at least you get to make your own orange juice, you know, that's always fun. You gotta, You gotta try making like smoothies though. Smoothies are, I mean, I don't know if you can do that with the juicer per se, but if you have a blender, like a Ninja blender or whatever blender, definitely make some smoothies. It's an easy way to get all of your nutrition servings in like one drink pretty much. I kind of wish I had a blender for that right now, but I don't want to buy one for my apartment, and I also I don't want to buy smoothies from like outside because it's just expensive for no reason. Dude, I swear this game had the boxes level where you just make the blind jumps and stuff. Was that not this game? Maybe I'm confusing it with 03. Oh wait, this level sucked though. This one? Oh, these. Oh my goodness. Was this the game that introduced them? Oh man, okay, yeah, yikes, no wonder. All right. Oh, this was only part 1, no wonder. Okay. It might have been in part 2. You do have a Ninja blender, but you also got Ninja ice cream maker, which has a smoothie setting. Oh, nice, perfect. That makes sense. Yeah, I think those tend to be like some of the best options for making smoothies, from what I've heard at least. Yeah, it sucks too because the Bed Bath & Beyond near me is no longer there, so I don't have easy access to a place where I can just go in person and check out the cooking appliances. So I have to go to like Macy's or something, which, ugh. Oh, this. Oh my goodness. This was so funny. Silksong Gauntlet. You literally just have to survive until the timer runs out. Or I guess, I don't know. It doesn't matter if she gets hit enough times. I feel like I never saw her die from the number of times she got hit. But also I'm getting like 1 billion health drops from this part, so I'm not sure. Was this a game where the health drops were more generous? Oh, the frog boss. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No wonder this game was trash. It had the frog boss. The worst boss in the whole Mega Man. How is it said? Quadrilogy? I don't know. Quadrilateral. You still want to know how I get so entertained by these older games? They have so much less customization mechanics over newer games. I actually think the opposite is true for some of them. Like some of the newer games like don't really have that much like depth, right? Because they're very casual games. Whereas a lot of the older games like have more depth intrinsically and like the fewer amount of mechanics they might have. But for that matter, I don't necessarily get more entertained by older games just from them being old. Like, it really depends. I pretty much just play whatever I might have had interest in some time ago or have interest in at present and see if I still have interest in them after having played them in a stream playthrough setting. In some cases, it was no longer the case, right? In other cases, I end up finding something I like a lot. It really depends. But what newer games are you thinking of that have like a more customization of mechanics? Is it just Isaac? I wouldn't call Isaac a newer game, by the way. I was trying to make the jump. Oh, this level. Oh my goodness. This level just has like a bunch of invisible blocks. It's so funny. The devs thought they were comedians. Because you have to solve a puzzle to do the invisible blocks. Or you don't have to. Technically, you could do it without hitting any of these, but you just gotta memorize where the blocks are, which is always hilarious. Apparently, there's a rule that if it's like a higher spike, then there's always a gap that instantly kills you. So you never want to jump there. You play a lot of games, but most of these older games you can play with the joystick and 3 buttons, not much going on. So it's just the number of buttons. I feel like it's a very fleeting thing to focus on, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, I've only been more open-minded of late, and it's not always been like that. But I do particularly appreciate games where you can just, you know, recline back and play with a controller and completely relax. I'm a big fan of baby games, basically. I'm not always one to play games with like high sophistication or whatever. I've been there already. I mean, okay, admittedly, like I still don't mind like, you know, no lifing out a game if I'm really enjoying it, like just mechanically or whatever. But I feel like these days I prioritize a lot more having like a fun chill time in a blind playthrough setting rather than like, you know, being like thoroughly stimulated by more potential mechanics that are present in the game or something. Dude, what is going on in this? Oh, this boss. Oh my goodness. I really disliked this boss. This boss would be so much better if it were more zoomed out. But it's like deliberately designed to make sure that you get hit by like random off-screen stuff. Like obviously there are cues for the patterns, like sound cues, but I feel like relying solely on sound cues is not necessarily good design. Not necessarily. Your favorite game to speedrun is still by far Hitman Blood Money. Speedruns are actually super fun to watch. Yeah, I didn't fully check out the speedruns. I remember watching it after you mentioned. I didn't fully check it out after that. I think yeah, I feel like a lot of AAA games these days tend to focus more on like exploiting the engine rather than like, you know, having like a mechanical mastery all the time. I mean, it's not something that's generally applicable for all AAA games, but I feel like a lot of AAA game speedruns seem to be like that nowadays. But you could say the same for like older games like Ocarina of Time, where you're just like, a lot of Ocarina of Time speedruns are just like exploits of the fact that you can rewrite memory and pretty much customize code in the game, which is just silly. But you know, if I'm thinking of games like Super Metroid, at least the Super Metroid speedrun community tends to center itself more around like the no major glitches runs of the game. So it's allowed the game to advance in like a setting that focuses more on like the mechanical skills that players can have in the game rather than like you know, like exploits of the engine to like skip through things and stuff. Oh, from 2006. Okay. Left a lot of glitches and exploits in the game, which make them more fun to do. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like a Mirror's Edge type of thing. Time period. 2006. Yeah, I mean, if you have a game like if you have a game released in like the past 10 years that's a AAA game, it's probably gonna be a little silly. Dude, this boss is just oh, I'm so tilted watching it. Oh, this had this level. Okay, no wonder I did not like this game. This level had like all those like bomb, or was it this or was it later? There was one level where you had all these like bombs that you had to hit into the walls to get out and stuff. Yeah, this boss is pretty funny, I will say. I think I missed some of the parts where I went through the levels. I just can't remember all the sections. But yeah, this game was not very fond memories. 02. Can't really skip any of the game, but if you know how to get certain NPCs to do what you want, you can make long missions super short. Okay. But I mean, if it's mission based, then that would suggest that the segments are very self-contained, right? So there's not like continuous, like it's not like a continuous world that you're gradually uncovering to get through the game, right? It's like more like DMC or the original Mirror's Edge. So this was 03. Yeah, I liked 03 more because the levels were a lot calmer and not just centered around trying to troll you as much as possible. And the bosses were still cool. A lot of people mentioned how much they liked the final boss. Yeah, I thought the final boss was fun. Definitely cool. These green worlds to allow you to get through the level without any trouble, but then you there was some stipulation about this, I forgot. What is this? Anyway, we can skip to the final boss here. Okay, yeah, this boss didn't have the timer. Oh my goodness. Good. I'm really not a fan of like the DPS timer. Wait, is the double jump something that you get naturally, or do you have to equip power up? I forgot about that as well. Fully mission based, every mission has a different setting, and the whole goal is to kill one or more people for the contract, and the occasional item you have to grab from the bad guy to win. Okay, yeah. Yeah, got it. Yeah, that would definitely remove the that would remove the potential for like major skips across the entire scope of the game, because if every level is like isolated from one another, then you know you won't have as much of an opportunity to have the player get through those levels in an unintended manner. Well, maybe in the individual levels, but you won't have them be able to get through like a succession of levels in that regard, basically. Which is something that you kind of commonly see in the open world games, right? People using like engine exploits to like zoom across or whatever to like the other end of the world. Getting to end game in like 2 minutes or whatever it is in Elden Ring. I mean, that's kind of different too, but yeah. Yeah, so this had like a kind of bonus fight that you kind of get caught off guard by, which unfortunately I was spoiled on. Quite a shame. But again, I think this boss was like another case of like manipulable, and you have the out in your inventory with like the fire shots or like whatever shots doing like high damage, so kind of a shame. Well, it's only really a shame if they had intended for it to be like an intense fight that you need to be well prepared for or well learned on. But if it's just like a game where, you know, this last fight is meant to like focus on the set piece nature of it rather than the, you know, final fight nature of it, then I think this is okay. Because I was like, man, like getting it down on the first try was like, I didn't get to see if that was a cool boss, you know. I mean, you know, yeah, that's just like Mega Man games are kind of like that sometimes with their bosses and just being like very manipulable. Say 04. Yikes. A lot of trolling comes back for no reason. This level concept is cool. It's like you can't be in the sunlight or whatever it is for too long, because otherwise you get burned. And it's not like you immediately take damage when you're in the sunlight. It's only, it just builds up the percentage to take damage. Like it builds up the percentage towards like the heat level, and then when you're at the max heat level, you start taking damage basically. So that, I thought that's like a much better way to implement that to minimize frustration. Because at the end of the day, people gotta realize like frustration is not get good design really. Frustration is what alienates the players that are looking to have like a more chill experience, because not every game needs to be like hyper intense. There was something that a YouTuber mentioned about Silksong, and I thought the way they mentioned it was pretty elegant. I can't remember exactly how they phrased it, but it's something like, if you need to have like these frustrating design elements in your game to make people held to get good, then perhaps, oh yeah, okay, I think I remember the exact nature of how he said it. So it's like, if you need to have the player repeat the platforming again and again as part of like a run back in order for them to get good at the platforming, that probably suggests that the platforming itself is not doing enough on its own to compel the player to care about it. Which I think I agree with, because I don't really think any of the platforming in Silksong is meaningfully intense for people to consider that to be the difficult part. Even if you consider the fact that messing up on the platforming does like two masks of damage in some cases, right? Like having to do like a 1 minute run back of platforming doesn't make the platforming hard. Neither does it make the game hard. Neither does it make you really get good at the platforming, because there's really only one way to do the platforming in a fast way. I mean, okay, there's not only one way, but it's not, the platforming isn't really adding like a meaningful creative component to like playing the game or getting better at the game. It's really binary. It's like, do you do the platforming or not? Right? It's just wasting your time. Especially if you're already good at the game. If you're already good at the game, it just wastes your time. If you're bad at the game, it wastes your time as well, because you're more likely to have to do it over and over. It's a disconnect. The setup for this room is so funny. Nope, you can't skip it. You gotta platform the way they want you to, otherwise the enemies reload. It's pretty funny. And then there's the boss. Yeah, I'm glad they allow you to skip cutscenes in the games from Mega Man 03 and onward, or maybe it's 2, I can't remember. But yeah, I'm glad they let you skip cutscenes, because otherwise, I mean, there's so many ways I would have been driven into insanity. And that's definitely one of them. You know what? It might have been the first game that had those like floating ship platforms in the level I was talking about. Yo, what's up, Galeman? Happy New Year. Hope we're doing well. We're continuing our year in review for part number 2. Just getting through the games I didn't get through in part 1. I'm still recovering from having gotten sick though since the last time I streamed, so yeah, sorry if I'm not as energetic as last time. There was a gimmick with this dragon boss. Oh, okay. I for a second I thought I wouldn't have figured it out. I was like, man, is this boss like too tanky or what? I think this boss is still kind of too tanky though for a mini boss. Doing a trying out Genesis format for Yu-Gi-Oh and realizing you still hate Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh no. Yeah, Genesis Genesis got me back into Yu-Gi-Oh as well. And I've been playing it a lot, and I must say there's definitely some peculiar things about the format that are still needing addressing. Like, why is Dimension Fissure still at 0 points? Why is Shared Ride still 0 points? Why is Mistaken Arrest 0 points? Why didn't they point Full Tune more than they did? But these questions I don't think have straightforward answers, unfortunately. The good thing is they fixed the droll problem, so we don't have to deal with stupid droll ruining the format. But still some other things to address. And I think even after they make the next point update, they have to decide how they want to handle new decks going forward. Because I do feel like the new decks are just always going to be the best options if you're trying to play realistically competitively for Genesis. Don't know how interesting that is if you know, if you want to meaningfully separate it from advanced. Yeah, I mean, they're giving the point list more updates, and they're like given like thoughtful explanations for each one. Like, the communication's been really solid for it. It's been the best part for sure. And it gives hope that, you know, that's really what makes me want to play the format, is the idea that they are willing to support this format for the long haul, hopefully, at least. Because, you know, yeah, I think that's always the problem with new formats. You're never sure if they're going to be short-lived or not, especially if they don't get supported in the adequate way that they deserve. But this format definitely seems to be given good support. Oh, I spent so long on this boss. Wow. This mini boss here. And because it's a mini boss, you don't get a health bar. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think this boss was a little bit suspicious for its nature. 04 had a lot of that, though. Like, I'm gonna be honest, 04 had a lot of that. Oh my goodness, this boss too. This boss wasn't even hard, it was just annoying. Because it just runs away from you. Power creep is hilarious. What deck do you play, if you don't mind? You're asking? No, you're good, you're good. Right now, okay. I've been messing around with a bunch of different decks. Ice Dragon is clean. I mess around with a lot of different decks. At the beginning of the format, what was the first deck I built for the format? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I built Branded in the very beginning, and then I switched it to like Branded Dark Lord, like a weird Branded Dark Lord build, and I switched to Dogmatica, and then I switched to Invoked Dogmatica, and then I had an Infernoble deck that I was building alongside that, so I played Infernoble, and then while I was playing Infernoble, what deck was I was literally just messing around with it. What was it? Oh yeah, Madolsh. Actually, this was earlier on. Like, one of the first decks I built was Madolsh, but I hadn't played it much until recently because of the regionals that happened relatively recently. It was like a month ago, or maybe a month and a half ago. But yeah, Madolsh was a lot of fun. Problem with Madolsh is that you're reliant on the Vernisylphs a lot to make plays, because the Madolsh engine by itself doesn't push that hard through hand traps or interruption. I mean, it kind of does, but the choke points are really easy to identify. So, and the choke points also just kind of like absolutely pwn you if the opponent hits them. So yeah. For real, Dark Lord's probably coming in hot though. Yeah, Dark Lord is my favorite deck in Yu-Gi-Oh. Love Dark Lord, like thematically and gameplay wise as well. Dark Lord is so sick. Oh, this boss, yes. This boss was like a highlight and like a fond memory and like a big frustration point in 04. Like, people are like, oh, Souls boss, right? Like, this is a real Souls boss right here, dude. This is what people think Souls bosses are, basically. I don't know if you can easily manip him either. I think you have to just kind of hold whatever he does. And there's not like an easy way to dodge all the patterns sometimes. So you have to just play around the patterns preemptively. Happy to hear you're gonna build him at one point. Dark Lord is clean. Yeah, if you're I'm not sure if you're already subscribed to my card games channel. I mean, I haven't been active on there, but I do plan on trying to revive it so I can post some Genesis stuff. Once the new Dark Lord stuff comes out, I should be posting on that channel. So yeah, feel free to check that out. Same boat, kind of shoehorn Melodious into your pet deck. Melodious, yeah. Sadly, Melodious is like pendulum reliant, right? So it's tough to make that work. I mean, I guess there are a few cards you could run that don't need the pendulums in Genesis, but it's pretty tough still, right? Soul's Boss, you like his weapon though? I have a card game channel, news to you, you'll check it out. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do a cross promo for it that much because I'm not active on it right now. I was mainly Vanguard focused when I was active on it, and then I took a break because I was, you know, had too much on my plate, and then Vanguard ended up just going super downhill, so it demotivated me from picking it back up. And I wasn't really playing any new card games to begin with, so it was kind of not really justified for me to be willing to post to it. But I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh again, so might as well try to bring it back. You got any other fun hobbies than playing retro games? I mean, we're talking about it right now. We're talking about card games, right? Other than those two, I mean, I used to play fighting games pretty seriously, but not anymore. Fighting games are. That's all fighting games are. No, I mean, I don't think much else. I got back into reading last month. Reading storybooks. It's been slow rolling though, because I got sick last week, so yeah. But I mean, otherwise, not really much else. Not nowadays, at least. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of game-related stuff. Oh, you're saying in general, Genesis hates pendulums and links. For Genesis, you play Ice Bears. Ah, okay, yeah. Oh, Ice Bears. Ice Bears are definitely like the kind of deck that like Genesis is meant for. But I feel like Ice Bears are still a bit of a struggle, right? Like, even though like the hand traps that utterly body you are not really being played in high frequency, I feel like you still kind of struggle going going second, right? I mean, yeah, it's a good thing that a lot of people aren't playing the cards that completely body you, hand trap wise. I mean, but Cool Tune is playing all of those things and more. So, yikers. But it sounds like fun still. FGC misses me. I like the FGC still, but I don't like fighting games. That's always the tough part, you know? That's the part I've been struggling with for the large portion of the past 2 years. I at least got a career or anything I'm super invested in. Do I at least have a career? That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah, I do. I have a profession, yeah. I'm a software developer. I mean, I don't talk about my personal life that much on here because it's good to have separation. The folks that know me through, you know, these circles, and the folks that know me through school or my career, I intend to keep those things separate at least. Evenly matched. Yeah, I mean, evenly matched. I think it's fine for that card to be good, but I think it's also appropriately costed in Genesis. So it's not like that's a card I think is actually like pretty well balanced in Genesis. The card I think might need to have points eventually is Dark Ruler No More. Literally everyone is playing that card because it's 0 points. Like maybe if that card is like 3 points or 5 points, it would be fine. Like even if it were like 1 point, it would make a big difference. Like a card being 1 point versus 0 points is huge. I think it's more interesting for cards that people are playing to have points rather than 0 points. Brother and Pops are both IT techs. Can't tell if they love it or hate it. Yeah. I mean, hey, it pays the bills, right? So, I mean, I personally love the profession, but, you know, I still have a lot to learn. I'm still really early in the career, so, over time, we'll see if I still enjoy it. And I have to be honest with myself about that when the time comes, so, you know, I'm always making sure to do some introspection on those things. Yeah, 0 points is definitely crazy. Absolutely. All right, yeah, Mega Man Zero Adventures were very amusing. I mean, I think there's gonna come a time where I'll look back with like pretty high regard to these games in the same way I'm looking at Gunvolt, but I do think Gunvolt is a natural, strong evolution over these games. I can't really say that Mega Man Zero games all aged that well, because it really goes to show, right? Like the save assist is kind of necessary if you don't want to lose your mind with these games right now. Now, obviously, if you have infinite free time, then do whatever you want. I mean, if you have infinite free time, then you can also be playing other stuff too. So I don't know. Gunvolt was a trip? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait to get the new Dark Lord stuff. It's gonna be hype. I wouldn't be surprised if they point a few cards. Like the new Fusion is insane. I wouldn't be surprised if they point that, but maybe they won't point anything. I would hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised if they pointed the new Fusion. It does everything, so. Same with you being a chef. It doesn't hurt if you know how to cook, but it really tears you apart physically, mentally. You're not sure what it is, but it's rough. You think you love it, but not sure. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, you can love something, but like, I know that a lot of people, once they do it professionally, it becomes like kind of a different feeling. Oh, it doesn't sound hard. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's tough, dude. It's tough. Like, you just gotta keep yourself in good health and good condition, right? I completely understand. I mean, that's why it's good to have changes of scenery, right? And that's why it's important to take care in things that you do outside of work. That's all part of good living, right? That's what keeps you in ideal condition for when it's time to actually do your work. If only Agents was that good. Always a deck that was near and dear to your heart. Oh, dude, Agents. Oh, I love Agents. I actually have a couple of, I think, yeah, before I went inactive on that channel, I made like a lot of videos on random agent builds for advanced. But I mean, it's like FTK stuff, so it's not super interesting. It's just funny stuff. Oh, how long did I spend on the final boss, dude? 2 hours? This is the final boss, by the way, guys. Like phase 1 of it, at least. Phase 2 is like another thing entirely. But I think I spent 2 hours on it. The problem with phase 2 is that it's a time-based. You have a time limit. The time limit based boss fight. It's so bad, dude. And supposedly I needed to have like weapons that deal higher damage to deal with them, but I didn't get them because I was trying to play the game like 90% basically. So I was like, bruh, come on. Oh yeah. Look at chefs differently. Yeah, oh absolutely. It's a tough profession, absolutely. Without the Link 2, that deck ain't working in Genesis. Sadly not. I mean, I've seen someone's build that includes a sprite engine with it and like some synchro slop as well. And it looks interesting, but it's like kind of going all in on the combo part of the deck, and making it lackluster in the holistic aspect that you need to be competitive in Genesis. Because Genesis games are a lot longer than Advanced, so having a wombo combo deck doesn't really get you across the line unless you go first and the opponent has no hand traps. But if they have even like one hand trap for your choke point, then it's going to be more back and forth. So you got to play a deck that's more resilient in those cases, which is why decks like Branded and Cool Tune and Draco Tail are so good in Genesis right now. Draco Tail is a tilting one because I'm really not a fan of the fact that that deck is basically hits so much compared to Advanced, and it's still one of the best decks in Genesis. Like, bruh. But they didn't deal with the problems adequately, which are the traps and Rahu. Rahu's still 0 points, and all the traps except for Draco Tail Flame are still 0 points. So, like, if you made those traps like maybe 10 points, then the deck is unplayable. Like, along with all the other hits, and you make Rahu like 10 points as well, probably. Then the deck is unplayable. You always thought cooking was fun until you really get into the nitty gritty of it. Yeah, it's like cooking for yourself versus cooking in a high pressure environment for people that you don't really typically see. Like it lacks that kind of intimacy, right? Like you're not in the midst of the people you're cooking for a lot of the time, unless like you literally have like a window or like open space between where the kitchen is and where you're cooking, and where the people are seated, right? So the lack of intimacy makes it kind of grueling. There's a lot of restaurant shows I used to watch on Food Network and stuff, like what was it called? Robert Irvine's I forgot what the name of the show is. It's the Robert Irvine Food Network show, where he like goes to like a restaurant to help them. Like a lot of times they have like family problems within the restaurant, or they have like just arguments and stuff. Yeah. It's very tough. I mean, to be fair as well, a lot of these people really probably shouldn't have entered the restaurant profession. But at the same time, you know, sometimes you have no real way of knowing until you're in it, and you learn the hard way. Sprite is always a band-aid for rogue decks. Just have one level 2. Yeah. Yeah, that's because it's so generic and so free, dude. It's a good thing that you can't use links in Genesis, otherwise everyone would be playing level 2 slop with Sprite Elf and Sprite, what's it called? Sprite Sprint. Konami making more archetypes that have built-in hand traps. Oh my goodness. Power creep. And people are saying that you need turn 0 plays to win. Yeah, if you don't give turn 0 plays to every deck, then guess what decks fall behind with all these 5 manas and these cool tune clips that they're printing. Goodness gracious. Can't tell me the last thing you actually wore a normal pair of, or last time you actually wore a normal pair of clothes. You wear the same clothes to culinary school and work, go to bed and then wake up and put on a new pair. Oh man. Yeah, it's depressing, dude. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's why it's, yeah, you got to make your vacations count when you get the opportunity to take them, right? But you know, I get it. It's tough. Wears you down gradually. It's hard to make a pivot in your career after a certain point as well. My locals sound scary, not gonna lie. Dude, my locals honestly don't have like a lot of people that that show up frequently right now, but last time I went, someone was playing Memento, pure Memento in Genesis, and it was pretty sick. Like, I kind of wish I was playing a better deck. I was playing Infernal Swordsman, Flame Swordsman, with a Pot of Greed and 3 Dark Hole as my points. So I wasn't really playing the best version of the deck. But to be fair, the problem with Infernoble is that the best Infernoble deck is one that plays Rongo, which is super dumb. I don't really want to be playing Rongo in Genesis. I don't know why that card isn't 100 points still. I really don't get it. Unfortunately, none of your other decks fit well into Genesis, as well as IB. What was IB? I know you mentioned it above. Forgetting. Oh, Ice Barriers. Yeah. Right. Yep. Victim of liking pendulum decks. Oh no. Oh yeah. Pendulums. I don't think they deserve to be hated that much as they're making it seem for Genesis. Like, I think it's perfectly fine to have pendulums in Genesis. It's just that they don't want to deal with like the headache, I guess, or the fact that like they wanted to market it. They wanted to have an angle for marketing to get like old players back through Genesis, but it's not like pendulums are gonna really do anything anyway. So I don't know. Sorry guys, I don't know why we're watching this boss. I had something else to say though about Mega Man 04, but I'm having a good time chatting, so it's fine as well. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I never ended up actually finishing this game. I gave up because this boss is just kind of dumb for what my position was. Complete DPS check. Like, I felt like I got the boss down and I was just literally being gated by the DPS. So not much you can do about that. And it was pretty RNG, whether I would have it felt like my attempts were just basically grinding for the right pattern RNG for me to get enough attacks on it before the time runs out, because I don't have a consistent enough damage to actually kill it stably without relying on having good patterns. Which, like, I'm not trying to play this game as a speedrun, you know? I'm just trying to finish the game and be done. So, yeah. Infernal Flame Swordsman Peak Alert. Tried in advance, but Isolde. Yeah, Isolde being banned. Yeah, unplayable, basically. Okay, I think I was done at this point. Yeah, Isolde being banned makes it unplayable. I tried playing Infernoble and Master Duel. It's actually not bad. But you have to deal with like the Maxi minigame, so it's trash. It's because Konami made less than a mechanic and more of an archetype. Most lists are pen slop. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, boss is cool, but phase 2 is gross. Exactly. Never do you think you'd get off work and rant to some random dude watching his old retro game playthroughs. That's the reality, man. I mean, I was doing this already at the end of last year because I wanted to like reminisce and stuff before we get started with the playthroughs that we're doing this year. But I turned out to really like have a lot to say about the stuff from last year, or about the stuff from the first set of games I played last year, which is why we're even doing a part 2, because I didn't play necessarily that many games last year. Like, I started with Dread, then Bloodstained, then Demon Purge, Gunvolt 1, Johanna, Servants of the Dark, Super Metroid, Hollow Knight, Dark Souls 3, which took forever, by the way. 14 parts, with a lot of them being like 4+ hours. Axiom Verge, Catalyst, Gunvolt 2, etc. Right now we're in the second half. We're almost done though. Yeah, and a lot of these games were yikes, including the one that we're about to talk about right now. Good to get it off your chest, yeah. Drago Slayer's Peak, love that deck. Probably the only person you ever hear say that. I mean, I actually think aesthetically it's very cool. It's just that Masterpiece is very dumb, and same with VFD, which I think both of those cards definitely gave the deck a certain kind of reputation that didn't sit right with people. Dark Souls 3 live streams, Gem Alert. Can you believe, Galeman, that I'm going to be playing Sekiro as the first line playthrough game? And that's a premature reveal. I said at the end of the stream we'd reveal it, but might as well say right now, Sekiro will be the first game of the year this year. We'll try out doing the public chat and see what happens. I tried that with the beginning of Dark Souls 3 and it was like immediately nope. Locked that up. But we'll try it. I'm in the mood. It's the, you know, the early of the year feeling good kind of thing. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, Ender Lilies, I really cannot understand why people praise this game to death. Is it like the story or whatever? I mean, the story is not like bad, I guess. I never particularly cared about it playing through it over the course of the game. And there's no voice acting, so there's not really the same emotional attachment that you'd get from like a higher budget game, a higher production value game. It's not to say it's a bad story, but the fact that people praise it this much, like, it just made me feel like, am I disconnected from the modern gamers, you know? Oh, I'm talking about True Draco. Oh, Draco Slayer, Pendulum. Oh, yeah. I get what you're talking about. They don't even mix. You have such a love-hate relationship with Konami. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about now. I don't know much about Draco Slayer at all. The Pendulums. But that is funny that I immediately thought of True Draco. Goes to show which one was more popular. Sekiro, you might be playing it around the same time, never played it yet. Oh, okay. Well, you know, I guess we'll both have to embrace parry slop. That's because that's what the norm is nowadays. Yeah, Enderlilies, dude, dude, this dash animation is so funny. Dude, I think I was thinking to myself, is this really faster? Or is walking just faster? Because yeah, anyway, there was also this game, like, just had the music that really didn't fit as background music. It felt like, I don't know. It didn't feel like it connected with the game at all. The worst part as well is the map. I didn't mention the map. The map is actually the worst part of the game. That is the genuine worst part of the game, and it seems like people just try to like silently overlook it whenever the game is mentioned and people try to recommend it and stuff. But the map makes exploring in this game like really laborious for no reason. Like silly padding. Like it'll show you like a color indicator when you're missing like all the item, like when you're missing like any more than one item in the room, but it won't tell you where it is, and it doesn't really give you any information about the shape of the room. And you see like at the top right corner here, the exits are shown, right? But it's just like a vague position within the room. And even though the shape of this room is like a horizontal rectangle, it doesn't necessarily mean that the room is like thin vertically. Like there could be more stuff at a higher platform and you just have to find it. Like, dude, it's just so bad. And there's no markers either that you can place like in a specific part of the room to like remind yourself that you need to come back here. So it ends up just feeling like it could have been a simple, like literally the way this map was, it could have literally just been dots and lines and it would be the same thing. Like a dot for the room and a line for the rooms that it connects to. And it literally would have been the same thing. Like just a graph. Give me Afterimage vibes, don't know why. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, it's definitely the animation style. That would do it. The animation style and the I guess the female protagonist as well. Yeah, this game was yikes. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. Like this map, and you'll go like to the exit and then you realize it's locked behind a door, so you have to come back to it later. And then when you find another path around to go back to that spot, it's locked behind another progression ability, so you have to come back there later again. And this game does have fast travel, but again, you have to like you have to basically memorize the layouts of the room in order for the backtracking to be as efficient as possible. More so animation style, you hit it on the nail, you don't know how to explain. Yeah, no, yeah, I get what you mean though, for sure. This game looks amazing for the kind of game that it is. That's so funny. Graphics wise, oh, okay, yeah, graphics wise, yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, the movement is weird. The combat is very stiff and rudimentary for that matter. Same with the enemy designs. The map is like actively ruins any type of exploration this game was trying to go for. Because I think if the map were better, the exploration would be fine. It would be decent. The problem I have though is this game is actually like pretty deceptively linear. At least traversal wise. Maybe not like progression ability order wise, but like traversal wise. Like if you're visiting an area, you're pretty much going in the order of that designated area. And then you could probably go to other areas at any other point in time as well. But within that specific area, you're like following a pretty linear path pretty much because of all the one-way gates. It's almost like a software developer made it look phenomenal. I think this was a Japanese developer. And this might have been one of their first games. I can't remember. But I know they made a sequel pretty shortly after. That's what Ender Magnolia is. I'm sure it's the art style that makes people enjoy this game. Because I really don't see the merits of this game in the gameplay. It's not a very high production quality game. Yeah, and we can skip forward to like late game where the frustrations really did accumulate. Because I thought the mid game was like I was getting engrossed a little bit. Reflective in part 3's VOD time. But the late game was obnoxious. And there was a section where you take like damage over time just being in the area. And I was like, am I expected to go here? And then there's another part where you get a progression ability that lets you take like less damage or something. And I was like, oh, so this allows me to barely make it through this section that I'm taking damage over time in. Like that to me, that was like very, very poorly communicated. Because you basically need a minimum amount of HP to get through that area. And from what I could tell, you can't actually get through that area without having enough HP. So it's awesome. Yeah, these flying mosquito things like chase you almost the whole room once they aggro to you. So you have to deal with them following your tail all the time. Is the story at least solid? I didn't really care about it, but I guess I can't say it was bad. It was just more so like fine, I guess. The narrative presentation is better than average, but I think the story itself is not anything like super profound or anything. I would say it's passable. Do you have a favorite game of all time that's not like 2D and modern? So it can be 3D and old, or it can be 3D and modern, is what you're saying? So my favorite game is Afterimage, but if I had to say like something other, like some other things other than that, Mirror's Edge is like my favorite 3D game, I guess I would say. Dark Souls 3. Wait a minute, you might be right. Dark Souls 3. Dude, this enemy is such a sponge. Oh my goodness. And you saw how much damage it took from it? Like, this is where I really started getting frustrated with this game, because it's just like enemy spam all over the place. Enemies are sponges, and they also do like a third of your health per hit. It's silly. Anyway, yeah, probably Mirror's Edge, if I had to say a favorite 3D game. But my other favorite games that are like not Metrovanias. Umihara Kawase. That's a precision platformer. Indie precision platformer. And then Rune Factory, which is a farm sim RPG. Love Rune Factory. It's not the best stream game, but I try to play it a few times on occasion when I'm in the mood on stream. Fun game that you can just boot up and chill with pretty much anytime. I value the ability to chill with the game. Kirby series as well. I love the Kirby series, but for Kirby series, my favorite games are definitely concentrated to very few. Mainly being Kirby Superstar Ultra. Oh, that's tilting. That's so tilting. That's a Silk Song setup, dude. Where you have like a flying enemy over like a lava pit, and the flying enemy knocks you into the lava pit, and then when you're trying to get out, you end up dying. Punishment, run back. Oh, good thing my Estus flask heals me so much. Oh my goodness. The fact you haven't played Mirror's Edge 2 is crazy. I did play Catalyst. I actually played it this year. That was your suggestion, right? I actually played that thanks to your suggestion. And I really did enjoy that game. I actually enjoyed it more than the first Mirror's Edge. But I haven't played it after the playthrough because I don't want to have to deal with having EA stuff on my computer. I'll probably play it again on my backup laptop once I get it properly set up. But I don't know if my backup laptop can even run it on Windows. But the problem is my backup laptop has only 8 gigs of RAM, so when I boot up Windows, it's already like 80% memory consumed. It sucks. Yeah, I love Catalyst. Gotta head out. Oh yeah, no problem, Galeman. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, the link to it is in the what's it called? The about. It's not an about tab anymore. It's like an about section or whatever. You'll be able to find it. It's there. Might get you back into Genesis. Yeah, I don't have anything Genesis posted right now, but you know I'm gonna be working on that. I just need to figure out the kind of video format I want to do. You've been playing Commander. Nice, very nice. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. But yeah, I'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, dude, this late game section of Indolilies. Oh my goodness, dude. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? For Metrovanias, I love exploring in Metrovanias, right? I don't like when that exploration. I don't like when the game is trying to do everything in its power to remove the fun of the exploration. You know, by either making the exploration as tense as possible, or as like deliberately inconvenient as possible with like bad quality of life features, or trying to distract me from it as much as possible through having mechanics that like discourage exploration, right? Corpse runs or spongy enemies that are just like kind of annoyances that I want to avoid and stuff. You know, taking high damage from like enemy encounters, like this boss, like taking high damage from this boss is fine. It's whatever, the boss fight. But having that from like normal enemies within the level is something I'm really not a fan of. The worst company when it comes to gaming is Ubisoft for you. You've been hacked from multiple different countries on their platform and banned because someone from Nicaragua cheated on your accounts. Dude, that happened to me, but with my League account. It was like someone from Europe hacked into my League account and like won a few normal games, but they were using cheats, so I got banned. And I managed to get my account back, but then they were like, if it happens again, then you won't be able to get your account back. And I'm like, what? It's my account. You can prove it like easily from a login location. But yeah, anyway, they don't really care about that. They don't mind if you make a new account and then rebuy all the stuff that you had on your old account because it makes them more money. And I do agree that Ubisoft is worse. EA is not even like top 3 worst AAA companies in my opinion. Top 3 would probably be like Ubisoft. What would be Ubisoft, Blizzard, and maybe one of the, I mean, yeah, another one of the American companies probably. I can't think of the third one right now. But there's definitely like 3 companies I could think of that are worse than EA, sadly. Yeah. Why is that coming up? Yeah, this boss was kind of interesting, I guess. Definitely a resource management fight. Well, I don't know. What were bosses intended to do like 50 billion damage to you by this point in the game? I really don't think I ever figured that out. Or was I just really underleveled? Probably not. Like, I'm level 77, right? Surely. Because, dude, look at how much damage that does. It's like 70%, probably. 75%. Exactly. They don't care. No other company has leaked your password to some random dude in India. It's mind-blowing how bad security is. Yeah, dude. Yeah. And there have been multiple attempts by these companies to try to compete with Valve and Steam. And it's like, oh, we've released our brand new game. And like, oh, it's like the game is, oh, it's pretty good, right? Like Prince of Persia Lost Crown was like the one time I was like, man, Ubisoft put out something pretty good. And then, of course, you have to deal with their garbage account service system. If you want to play the game on PC, you need to have a Ubisoft account for a single player game that is supposed to be played offline. I don't understand why, but whatever, dude. So I ended up buying it on Switch so that I could play it offline. Switch physical copy, that is. Because if you buy the Switch physical copy and you just never log in, then you'll never... Yeah, you can just still play the game, basically. You sorry, you said you never log in. Switch physical copy and you never connect to the internet so that you never have to log in. And that way you just play the game. Yeah, actually though, I think this boss was better than the final boss. Because this boss didn't spawn ads, you know? It's Ender Lily's boss. A lot more interesting of a fight. Yeah, that's definitely like 70% probably. Dark Souls. Yo, Aminip? Oh no, I got mixed up. Oh no. I got hit after my my Estus flask. Oh my goodness. I kept getting mixed up by that double slash attack. There should have been like an indicator. It's not like there wasn't. I just might not have been paying attention. You remember calling Ubisoft, showing them the location your login was, and it clearly showed it was you. They said, ain't nothing we can do about it. Have a good day. Like, wasn't you? Yeah, it wasn't you. Dude, it's so bad. That's what Riot wanted to pull off for me too when I tried to get my account back. But I think for me it was like indisputable that I was the one that owned the account, because I not only owned the email, but I also had the consistent login locations, you know? And then the one-off login location was like from Europe. I don't remember what country, but it was like some random European country. Like, would I just randomly use a European location to log into my NA Riot account, dude? Like, make it make sense. And if I did, it would probably be consistent login from then. Like, unless League players, is it like normal for League players to go on vacation and still be playing League on vacation? Like, that's super weird if so. Honestly, you know what? The more I think about it, that maybe that isn't entirely weird. League players are a different breed. But yeah, it sucks because I mean, the thing is, they like these days they can hack through two-factor authentication as well. Two-factor authentication doesn't really matter that much, or I shouldn't say it doesn't matter that much. It matters, but even if you're pretty good about like being secure about stuff, one slip up and then you can still get hacked. Like all those Discord hacks and Discord scams and stuff, where it's like, hey, join my CSGO team or vote for my CSGO team. It's pretty funny. You tried R6 Siege for a while, but both your Ubisoft accounts got hacked and both banned and they couldn't do anything about it. Like, bro, this is your job. Dude, I mean, honestly, you're lucky to probably have talked to a real person, because nowadays they just have some AI assistant like that tries to solve issues like that. Oh, bullet hell pattern, yo. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Yeah, I liked this boss. I think I mentioned it in the verbal review, but I actually liked this boss. And I liked the bosses that led up to the final boss more than the actual final boss. But there was one boss shortly before the final boss that I was like, bruh, you know? Because it literally didn't do anything but spawn enemies. So man, this game is pretty gross too. Yo, this is the attempt. This is the attempt. Let's go. Man, yeah, the bosses and the enemies did a lot of damage at this point in the game. I guess they really want you to like what they want you to have like a minimum HP pool and then just rely on the glyphs. I said glyphs. I meant like the heals, the Estus flask, basically. I'm not sure if there's another boss right after, so I'm just like very careful. But yeah, all right. And then there was the final boss. Oh yeah, this nonsense. Oh my goodness. This is what I was talking about, dude. Dude, like, what is this nonsense, by the way? Thankfully, this wasn't required. This wasn't required for anything, but I wasn't sure, right? Like, the precedent had been set already from the section that led to this area to begin with, which is what made me like really annoyed. You don't understand how it can be one of the biggest, or how Ubisoft can be one of the biggest gaming companies in the world and let info get leaked and absolutely nothing about it. Dude, no, you have to understand as well, like, the data they sell to like third-party companies, if that data gets leaked, they don't really care, because a lot of the time they're like, hey, what's going on here? This is your problem. They like say that to a third-party company, right? And then the third-party company is like, I don't care that much. So then Ubisoft is forced to not care that much either, right? But Ubisoft is not really compelled to have to care anyway, because they already made the money from selling your data, right? I mean, obviously they should care, because at the end of the day, it's still data they're responsible for to some degree. People have accounts under Ubisoft, not under the company that Ubisoft sells the data to for like advertising or whatever. But, you know, so like, look at this, dude. Look at this. Look at it. This is it's just crazy. Like, there's no reason for me to fight these enemies as well, because they don't give anything meaningful for progression at this point in the game. It's like you just skip past everything. At least all their games stuck now, so you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, exactly. Nothing of value lost. Yeah, for me it was really that only that one Lost Crown game, Prince of Persia game. I was never a person that got into Rainbow Six Siege, so, and Assassin's Creed I've never been interested in either. Oh, this is so funny. This last section. And once again, the map not really giving you any useful information. And then the most peak final boss of all time, where it just sits there, spawns enemies, and occasionally attacks. And all the enemies that it spawns do more damage than the boss attacks themselves. So peak. Yeah, these enemies are so tanky too. Like, it took 2 supers for me to kill that one spawned enemy. It's crazy. Like, I think I got the pendant or whatever it's called in this game that increases the amount of meter you build. So it gave me super like very frequently. Like, imagine like this boss without that, right? It's just silly, man. Instead of like making it like a proper culmination of a challenge, it's just like pump the numbers up, which is surprising given that, oh, that did half my health. Bruh. that projectile did half my health, dude. The Assassin's Creed games suck now too, so that's nice. You can tell by the graphics of the gameplay they really do not care like at all. I mean, they're just literally recycling the same stuff over and over. Like, if you've played like the Assassin's Creed from 10 years ago, you've basically played the Assassin's Creed games that release right now. Truly Assassin's Creed slop. And I can feel the same. I honestly feel the same way about like FIFA. I mean, I haven't played FIFA in a long time, but FIFA is in such a bad spot ever since they added the gambling stuff. It's horrible. It's not called FIFA anymore though, is it? Or was that I can't remember if it was for FIFA that they changed the name. I don't know. I don't even pay attention to that stuff anymore. But I know they changed the name of the game for one of the sports games. Wow, so difficult. You get 2-shot by the spawned ads. It's so peak. Like, again, like, I'm not saying this kind of stuff isn't difficult. Like, because at the end of the day, difficulty is subjective, right? That's the whole point I'm making. Like, you should still make the difficulty relevant to like what the game has been like testing all along for the player, or like what you want your game to test, right? What sorts of skills you want the player to focus on. In general, like, how fun is it to like overcome the difficulty, right? Which all these things can be subjective. But there's, at the end of the day, there's got to be like a clear desire from the developer, and that desire has to be reflected accordingly through the gameplay, you know? And if it's just, oh, okay, I should just smack the enemies with higher numbers than they're smacking at me, then it's just not interesting. Don't get me wrong, I think Castlevania has their fair share of moments like this too, which is what makes me disappointed. But when Castlevania does it, like, no one really cares. But when Ender Lilies does it, oh, Ender Lilies is the best game of all time. Don't worry, I know people love Castlevania still. I'm being partially funny about this, but it's unbelievable how much people praise this game on r/Metrovania, and there's so many people that, on the other hand, have basically never played a Castlevania game. Doesn't make any sense to me. Oh my goodness, I almost died there. I had to dodge the arm after healing because the projectile made me need to heal, and then the arm was like basically already wound up by the time I started my heal animation. There it is. Yeah, this boss is yikes. For that to have been the final boss, that's like really silly. And literally all that final boss does is spawn the enemies from the area that this boss is in. I mean, obviously those enemies are like pretty crazy because they do way too much damage and are way too tanky. But That's like the only threatening thing about this boss. It's not even the attacks that it does. Because it barely even attacks. It barely does anything at all. All right, and then we played, wow, a lot of stinkers the end of the year. We played Bleach, the third Phantom. I mean, yeah, we're not going to spend too much time on this game. This game is not good. You know, I will say though, like, okay, we can skip towards the end. I will say I actually quite liked the last encounter, the boss, the final boss. It's pretty cool, mechanically. Like this boss was cool too, but I'm talking about this encounter right here with the big behemoth, basically, because it involved like a lot of like understanding of the positionings and a lot of understanding of making use of the team support attacks, basically. And then, you know, as long as you had a good, as long as you had strong enough characters going into it, then you could easily take this boss down. It wasn't like, oh, you're gonna get knowledge checked and then at one shots, you know, nothing like that. Like everything is very manageable with like understanding of the game already, and not manageable only after you've seen like the knowledge check or whatever. I mean, there is a kind of a knowledge check in the beginning, but it's basically shown to you in the very beginning, which is that if you like stand like if you stand like in the path of this the big guy's head, you can get hit by his laser. But other than that, it's like fine. And there's basically no possible way you're gonna get instantly, you can instantly lose by getting hit by that laser, unless your characters are so weak, which is just not possible. Yeah, I mean, the issue with this game really just is the speed. The speed is so slow. I mean, I say that's the only issue, but even the story really lost me at some point, because when they involved time travel, dude, it was like, bruh. Like, it was actually cool in the beginning, and then they had time travel for no reason. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, Bleach the third Phantom. Funny. All right, and then we played the third Gunvolt game. Yeah, I mean, this game was great. This game was a pleasant time. I'm quite surprised at the quality of this game still to this day. Like, it's such a glow up from the earlier Gunvolt games, which again, it makes sense because Gunvolt 1 and 2 were on 3DS and they came out shortly after one another, whereas this game came out in 2022, I believe. So it makes a lot of sense, like almost 9 years later. The thing about this game that impresses me is, like, you know, you can speed through the level and like kill enemies and like have the style element, you know. So that's all very important to enjoyment of a game like this. We can skip forward a little bit. I also thought the like, okay, aside from Gunvolt, because Gunvolt in this game is just ridiculous, overpowered. I thought the combat encounters with bosses were actually pretty cool too. I mean, I still felt some degree of, like, you know, just like flailing all your damage at the boss pretty much for some of the early bosses, but later on there was a little bit more careful thinking that had to be involved with how you manage your talismans to make sure that you still had opportunities to dash in. And I think as the moveset grew, because after you do a couple of the first levels, you get more and more moves. And then after that, you get basically the full moveset of your character. I actually thought the game got so much better after getting the full moveset. And I would have wished for her to have the full moveset in the beginning. Because it really elevates the smoothness and fluidity of her ability to get past the enemies. And allows you to feel cool doing it too, you know? Like, you can go much faster than I'm going here, right? But, I mean, to some degree, I'm not sure how I feel about, you know, the talismans kind of being like a very modal in their damage. Like, you know, it's like because you're thinking about like 1 shot, 2 shot, and three shot more than anything else. And at that point, it's just like memorizing how many cards you need to throw at the enemies in advance. That's not always interesting. But you know, I think it's not a big deal because it doesn't really slow things down to a degree that you're like, oh, I'd rather skip past the enemy than even bother throwing the talisman at them because it's, you know, it takes a little bit longer to throw the talisman or something like that. I still feel like it's worth it enough to go for the kill on the enemies due to the fact that you're retaining air actions or refunding them for that matter. You're potentially giving yourself the ability to cover more distance where you might not otherwise be able to. So it's still like it's still meaningful enough to go for the kill on enemies. It's not like, oh, now I'm just gonna skip a core part of the gameplay because it's sluggish and pace breaking and isn't that coherent with the actual parts of the game that they want you to interact with. Yeah. The story remains as the questionable part. Unfortunately, I guess can't be helped. Gunvolt games never really have a great story. But what are you gonna do? So 1 second, let me get some tea. Yeah. The bosses in this game were pretty reasonable, I guess, given the moveset that the nature of the moveset you have. If it were like balanced around Gunvolt, I think it would have made more sense. Because then it could be like, okay, Gunvolt is better for the bosses. Okay, well, it could still be like Gunvolt's better for the bosses, but at least the bosses would be tuned around that, rather than just being like, okay, the bosses are tuned for Qeeding, who already kind of struggles to output DPS in a fast manner, and especially in a boss-like encounter. But then Gunvolt just completely like obliterates all the bosses and every combat encounter in general. Right. I think it would be better for them to balance the bosses' movesets around Gunvolt, and then let Qeeding be the like opportunity to, I don't know, like let the players challenge themselves more, rather than just like being the default option and then Gunvolt being the casual option, you know? That was the problem I felt like I had, because then basically I'm not normally the person that's like, oh, you know, I'm gonna shy away from using like the baby option because I want to like enjoy myself more. I genuinely felt like I was better off shying away. Hey, what's up, Rafa? And Happy New Year to you. Yeah, I genuinely felt more compelled to like shy away from the baby option to like enjoy myself more, which is like the opposite of how I normally feel. Right, so it's a bummer. The designs of the characters were very cool. Oh, this final boss though. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. No, not this one. This one is fine. But the where you fight Gunvolt, dude. Oh my goodness. The screen flashing. This was where I think was like my breaking point with how tilted I was with the screen flashing and stuff. Welcome back. Still yapping about some of these games. Oh my god, dude, I can't watch this. Sorry. Anyone that's not very, doesn't do very well with flashing lights, I'm sorry about that as well. But yeah, yikes. I still think this was the best Gunvolt 3 game, or a Gunvolt game though, that I've played at least. Smoke, right. It's good that they gotten better with making their stuff. But honestly, they've only gotten better with Gunvolt. I think for every other game, they've not necessarily gotten better, unfortunately. Yeah. Anyway, 9 Souls. I was trash talking this game a lot before I played it, especially after watching Jupiter Climb's playthrough. But you know, playing it myself, I think I understood much better what the devs were trying to do with this game, and it wasn't quite what it wasn't quite in line with how the community portrayed this game. Basically, the community portrayed this game as like basically the best Metroidvania since sliced bread, right? Especially outside of like the Team Cherry sphere. But this game isn't really trying to be like a Metroidvania. You have to know, is my hoodie just blue or is something, or is some kind of cool merch? No, yeah, my hoodie is just blue. I'm wearing a UCLA sweatshirt because it is cold in my apartment right now. Yeah, I mean, this game really surprised me, honestly. But I think it's because it's easy to understand where its focuses are, and it's not even remotely like trying to be a Metroidvania, in my opinion. Like, it has some influences, but it has about as much influences as like a Dark Souls kind of game would. Like, oh, with Dark Souls, you have to go left here instead of right in order to go like a diverging path or something. Or, you know, oh, you have to backtrack in a Dark Souls game to make progress or something, like Dark Souls 3 backtracking. Like, if you want to call that a Metroidvania, sure, I guess. So with that out of the way, where this game really, am I playing right now, is just a recap? This is like a retrospective. I'm not playing right now. This is my gameplay, but I'm not playing right now. This is all year in review stuff. Yeah, but this game really tries to like basically apply all of its points into combat, and I think the combat is a lot of fun. And again, I think what made it fun, I've thought about this a lot more, and what made it fun is that it allows for you to be creative while still presenting the best options as good options. Like, parrying is clearly a good option that if you don't get used to, you're gonna get bodied, right? But this game isn't like parry slop, where you're like just like memorizing the boss's patterns and then parrying when you're supposed to. There's still a lot of instances where you can allow for yourself to be witty or creative to apply damage through a boss's patterns, and that way minimize the amount of time you're just sitting there and waiting for the boss to do their thing. And to me, it's fun in an action game when you're just able to apply your character's moveset as much as possible, basically. Right? Because that's my problem with like Souls games. That's my problem with Furry. That's my problem with yeah, that's my problem with those games. Like, it's not like a meaningful application of quote unquote skill. You're just memorizing the pattern, and then you're just sitting there and waiting for the boss to do their thing, and then you hit them like once, and then you sit there and wait again, and then you do it again. Right? And people are saying, oh, if you do that, then you're not playing optimally. Oh yeah, so playing optimally, what you mean by playing optimally is using summons, right? Because summons are actually optimal if you want to go there. And then people will be like, no, if you're using summons, you're cheating. unbelievable. Obviously, they don't use summons and speedruns because summons are slow, right? Just for the overall run. But if summons are like on the way, speedrunners will actually absolutely use those. Plenty of speedrunners I've seen for Kazan. Like, okay, when I say plenty, I mean like 3 that I've watched. Have used summons as part of the run. And whether it's optimal or not, I'm not 100% sure. But it's clear to me that speedrunners see the value of having them to like apply the damage further and further on those bosses. So I don't want to hear it about people that are saying, oh, you know, become more skilled, don't use summons. What is there to be skilled at? Memorize the boss's patterns, attack when you're supposed to, which is basically like a script. Like you just follow the play. Anyway, I think Nine Souls strays away from that, and like it makes it better for that, at least for the good boss encounters. There are some boss encounters that are not as fun. But the good boss encounters in this game are really good. So, and the other thing about this game is that I don't think it's trying to be very difficult either. Like it's just a pretty typical action video game where you learn the mechanics and you apply them and you're rewarded. There's no nonsense in that regard. The trolling is very limited. Oh, for that matter, the trolling is very limited. Guess what? I mean, there is trolls in this game, unfortunately. And there's a pretty egregious section at the end game that I still don't really like at all. But the fact I still like the game despite that is a testament to the merits of what it did succeed at doing. You wonder who designs these games? A samurai cat fighting off robotic samurais. Yeah, very true. Very true. This game's story is very bizarre. The narrative presentation is actually pretty interesting. They did a good job with unraveling things towards the latter part of the game, but I think early on they just kind of put you in the deep end without explaining much. I want to show a boss encounter in the background while I'm talking, so I'm just trying to find that. Oh, this stupid stealth section. Of course I landed on this. But there's a boss after this, right? So we can skip forward to the... Oh, okay, the boss was the bad boss, though. This boss is... That was the worst boss in the whole game. Oh, this boss, though. I mean, this boss was okay. One of my favorite bosses was actually G. I liked G a lot. G has pattern memorization, but he also has like meaningful ways to play around the patterns where you don't have to memorize. And also, the pattern memo isn't just like sitting there and waiting, basically. Like, you can still be active and you can still play your game. You can still look for creativity, basically. Like, basically, if the game is like so restrictive in how it wants me to do, like how it wants me to like overcome the challenge, then I feel like that's where I get a lot more frustrated with like the on rails nature of like the design, where it's like just memorizing or just playing passively or whatever. Because oftentimes when you're forced to do that, it clashes strongly with things that the game was encouraging you to do up to that point beforehand, with like experimentation, you know. Bro's a genius. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just... Streaming is like an outlet. I'm pretty much just like outlining my thoughts like on the spot. Okay, you don't need to you don't need to do this. Okay, I'm just saying what comes to mind, you know. I'm a very opinionated person, as you know. So this is where I get the chance to say those opinions. Yeah, I think, okay, this fight was definitely cooler than maybe what I originally imagined, but I think the main problem I had with it was it wasn't as sick of a fight as it was kind of hyped up to be. Because this guy, like when you first encounter him, he like one-shots you, right? And it's like, oh my goodness, like this guy's scary. And then you actually fight him and he's like, he doesn't have that much health. And his patterns are like not that complicated either, compared to what I would expect. Like there are certainly like high damaging patterns, but it's a relatively simple encounter still, given that his stature was pretty intimidating when you first encounter him, you know? I almost got comboed there and I died. Yeah, that's so funny. Let me skip forward to G. Wasn't G in this VOD? Wow, I made progress really fast. Let me see. Is this like harder than a Dark Souls game? I wouldn't say so, no. This game is, well, okay, that's why the difficulty question is, dude, the difficulty question is such a like, such a superficial concept and topic, I feel like. At least the mere question of like, is it difficult, you know? But I will say this, if you can play Dark Souls, if you've played games similar to this, you can play this game just fine. Even if you've not played games similar to this, you can play this game just fine, basically. I think that's the best way I can say it. But I also don't think, first of all, I don't think Dark Souls is hard. I don't think Dark Souls is hard. And I also don't think this game is hard. And I don't think this game, I don't think this game is unreasonable in any of what's required. If you're like paying an ounce of attention to what's going on and like the mechanics and stuff and what you're supposed to do, then you'll be fine. Like Dark Souls, you can pay attention and then the game will just still punish you because it's just trying to be a frustrating game, you know? I don't think this game is trying to be frustrating, on the other hand. I think it's very reasonable. So what's the hardest game I've played? Probably Umihara Kawase. But most people have not played that game before, so it's also not very useful for me to say that that is the hardest game I've played. But yeah, I would say that's the hardest game I've played. It took me a while to beat that game the first time I did. And I still haven't gotten all the potential endings for it. English, please. That is the name of the game. I'll type it. No, I'll type it. It's a precision platformer. And if you want to say like the hardest game I've played in general, it's just pretty much I'll pick any fighting game I used to play, because those would obviously be harder than any single player game I've played, but that's also not that useful. Well, okay, not every fighting game, like maybe not like fighting games released in the past 7 years, but fighting games from like the 2010s and earlier, I would say that at least. Maybe KO15 is on the par with that still, so that would be the exception. Although this was the Harry Slop challenge. Where's G? G's in this area, right? Oh, here's the mini boss. I guess I fought this mini boss before I fought G. Okay, here he is. Yeah, the impressions I got from this boss early on were so not how this boss like actually was, which I'm glad. Again, like that's a very good thing, because otherwise, man, this would have been a frustration point for sure. And notice how this game doesn't really have like long, laborious runbacks for no reason. I really don't get why people defend the game just wasting your time. It does not make any sense to me. But I guess, you know, if you anyway, yeah. You looked up the game. You're surprised a simple platformer is the hardest game. Yeah. It's an innocuous presenting game, but it's certainly very difficult to get used to. And I think it's a game that is that onboards you quite well to what's going on. But if you want to try to get one of the first innings of the game, it's pretty tricky. Takes a while to get accustomed to it. I think even if you end up getting one of the first innings of the game, you might not even have felt like you necessarily are comfortable enough to do it consistently. But it's not a requirement to be consistent at doing something like that in order to beat a game. Like, you shouldn't have to be consistent necessarily. But I would say that is the hardest game I've played, single player game. And there's no like difficulty settings, so. Yeah, I really like, I mean, the combat in this game is like exactly the kind of combat I would prefer if a game like had parry slop in quotation marks. Because this game isn't like really parry slop. It's like parries are like another defensive option. And it's strongly recommended to use them, but you don't even need them. You don't even actually need them. I mean, there might be some attacks where you're guaranteed to take damage if you don't parry. But you don't even need the parry, I would say. Certainly helps a lot. But yeah, there's this and then the final boss. Agong I enjoyed a lot as well. Now this boss has some pattern memorization. But it's not like the whole boss. It's not like, oh, the boss is just pure pattern memorization. Like, no, it's not that. And I think that kind of thing tends to happen when your combat options are very primitive. That's what I've noticed, which is something that Dark Souls has as well. So, but yeah, this boss definitely has pattern memorization in like the way I'm talking about, but it's not unreasonable entirely. Because it's not like, oh, you've seen it and then you can do it. It's not like, oh, you like first time. It's not like the hard knowledge checks I talk about where it's like, oh, the first time you get bodied because there's just no way of potentially knowing what's gonna happen, and then the second time it's trivial. It's not like that. Like, even once you get the patterns down, like, you still gotta execute because the damage in this game isn't applied for free. But applying the damage in the case of this boss is not something that's insurmountable, because by this point in the game, you hopefully will have understood how to apply damage in the ways that suit you, especially for the build that you're trying to run. Because, you know, by this point in the game as well, you probably have a build that you're settled on. Like, by this point in the game, I was very attached to the charge attack and the what's it called, and the arrows. I really grew appreciation for the arrows in the boss just before this one. It was the boss that you fight in the place that's kind of barren and they're partying. That area, I forgot the name of the boss, but yeah, that's where I grew an affinity to the arrow combo stuff. The fact that this arrow stuns is so strong, it's crazy. I think I saw a speedrun where this was used as well, so it felt validating to some degree. Yeah, the thing about this boss as well, it doesn't have any like cheap shots at you. There's no like one shot. This boss always gives you an opportunity to gather info without like any just like silly like, oh, get punished, you know? Like, you'll still get punished, obviously, but there's nothing like just outright egregious in that regard. But people consider high punishment to be hard, so sad. All right. Anyway, yeah, 9 Souls was a surprising positive point for the latter part of this year, and it was necessary because we played a lot of questionable games after that. Well, Bastion was okay. I wouldn't say it was questionable, but it was okay. Like, this is definitely like the early sign of like Supergiant's games. Like they improved on this a lot in Hades. And then that's what makes me even more surprised about the jump between this game and Transistor, because Transistor is such a phenomenal game, in my opinion. But that game is still one of my favorites to this day. Yeah, I think this game is like very like I don't know, like the combat is very like serviceable, I guess. It's clearly not the focus. The focus is like the integration of the narrative into the story as like a, or sorry, into the gameplay as like a singular unit. Like this is very much a game that's like trying to tell a story through the gameplay rather than the gameplay being a vehicle. Like in isolation, right? I mean, the gameplay is a vehicle, but it's not like detached, you know? Like it's all part of one whole, and you can like clearly tell it. The music was also quite an enjoyable thing, but I think if I were to want to play this game again, the gameplay would definitely have to be offering a lot more than it did, because I'm just not like that interested in trying to, you know, look for a build or whatever in the combat options that were available. Like I guess the upgrades were kind of neat in a way, but like again, it's just very rudimentary. Like they put in the gameplay so that you can play it as a game. That's pretty much what it came down to. And the focus really is on the story. And the story is pretty decent too. It's not like the story's bad. This is definitely one of those games that it's like more so there now as like a historical archive for where Supergiant came from, like the humble beginnings, for people that want to look at it through that lens, that enjoyed Hades. Like it's cool to come back to this game and say like, oh yeah, this is where they started from. And I think beyond that, there's not much else this game serves that Hades doesn't already do better. I would say, at least. Yeah, music was cool though. I like the music a lot. But I mean, Darren Korb got better at the music in the next game, I would say. And Hades as well a little bit. I don't particularly like Hades 1 soundtrack, but I don't think it's bad. Just I don't like it as much. I love Transistors though. All right, Ubisoft House of Fresh. Yeah, this game was suspended as well. The playthrough, that is. Like this game is like, I think conceptually it could have worked, but then there's just so many like, what were they thinking kind of mechanics in here? Like the hunger just being a random excuse to have the player open the menu and break the flow of gameplay. And if you're like good at the game, you never interact with the hunger mechanic, which that's not really the right way to like that alienates like the majority of people that would try to play this game. And it's clear that this game is aimed at like a newer audience to the series, just based on the way it's presented compared to the older games in the series. It's presented like a lot more innocent fashion, right? Which to me would convey that they're trying to like attract newer players, right? But then the hunger mechanics are just like silly. It's just an annoyance. And then the fact that there's like a section in this game that's literally like straight out of a going up game. You know, one of those games where it's like you're trying to climb like a certain distance to reach the top of the mountain or whatever. And if you fall down, you're basically falling down back to like earlier progress that you've already made, like an earlier checkpoint or whatever. And you have to manually make your progress back from where you fall down. I don't know what it is with people nowadays with like the desire to play games that just bully you and make you frustrated. But here we are. They won't play this game though, which is probably a good thing anyway. But they won't play this game and then they'll play anyway. Yeah, so like for example, if you fall down like right here through this crevice or whatever, then you have to make the progress like manually back up. And the worst part about this game, like, you know, like those going up games have checkpoints, right? That like automatically allow you to get your progress back basically after you like die or whatever. In this game, in order to activate the checkpoint, you have to go manually find where the backpack is and consume the backpack at the respawn point there. Like I consumed the backpack here, that's why I respawned here. But it's a consumable and you have to find it. Like you have to go manually find it and then you have to go manually to the spot that you want to use it at. And there's no map in this game, so you just have to memorize the layouts, right? And worse yet, like maybe there's people that will think like all these things are fine, but the worst part is that when you consume a backpack, it's consumed for like the rest of your time playing that level, but it doesn't persist in like a different session. So let's say you quit and like open the game again later, you won't still have that checkpoint anymore. You have to start from the beginning of the level without that checkpoint now. And you actually won't have the backpack either. You have to go back and get the backpack manually as well. It's so bad. I really don't understand why they would do that. I think the level format is much better for a game like this. Better to learn how to get better at, and just like better for emphasizing the strengths of your game in general, which are the swinging mechanics with the grappling hook, rather than the you know, the going up level design. Or the food, for that matter. The food, like the most pointless thing in this game. Like even the narrative purpose of it is not well conveyed, because all you get are like text box cutscenes and these little like basically PNGs that you see on the menu of the food that you're consuming. The power-ups are definitely interesting ideas, but they're completely unnecessary for this game as well. Especially if you want the player to focus. Like if they're supposed to be outs for a beginner, I don't think they're very good ones. Because it just gets the beginner used to things that they won't have access to consistently. Which creates not only bad habits, but also gets like it gets in the way when you like lose it, right? You lose it, then you've gotten used to like having that power up. Now when you don't have that power up, things you gotta like readjust to again. And the traversal that you did using that power up was probably a crutch for you, right? So then, you know, like had spikes. Yeah, instant death spikes, peak. Yeah, and this game doesn't have lives. So if you die, you just respawn. And if you die and you don't have a checkpoint, you just respawn at the very beginning of the level. Excuse me. It's very funny. It's one of the funniest. Honestly, I think this might be the worst Umihara Kawase game. I don't know. This was not it. Like really, if I want the best version of the grappling mechanics, I can just play the earlier games. And if I want a good going up game, there's probably better ones than this one. Because the checkpoint feature in this game is just baffling. It's like actually worse than a lot of the other going up games. And I don't think those games are very compelling either. So, okay, good thing I fell right on the camp. Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, we're not gonna watch much of this playthrough while I'm talking about it. We're just gonna go through briefly. Yeah, this game, I just complained about Umihara Kawase Fresh, but This game was probably the worst game I played this year, or the game I felt least positive about playing this year by the end of it. Yes, less so than Dark Souls 3. Of course, less so than Hollow Knight for that matter, less so than Silksong, which we'll be talking about in a bit. Yeah, this is a movie game, and yeah, I don't like movie games. I like games with gameplay. This game barely has gameplay. It's all on rails, half cutscenes. Think fast, press this button. Stealth sections that are basically just trial and error, glorified trial and error. Yeah, it's silly. But even if you're a Tomb Raider fan, I don't even know if this is like the top choice of game. Like, in my opinion, right? Like, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there are much better Tomb Raider games to play if you're a Tomb Raider fan. This game doesn't really even like seem to like capture the spirit of Tomb Raider that much compared to like the older ones. This is like a completely like, you know, blockbuster movie type feel. Yeah, anyway. I feel ashamed for playing this game on Thanksgiving Day. What a yikes decision. All right, Luminous Avenger Gunvolt X1. So I liked this game, but again, I've grown out of like enjoying Copen as much, especially after Gunvolt 3. So by the end of it, I wasn't as like impressed as I first was when I first tried out this game, because this was technically the first Gunvolt game I tried out. And what like compelled me to try out the other ones, or want to try out the other ones. But yeah, I don't know. This one was like, it was fine. I think actually the bosses were pretty good. Like if I think back to this game and compare the bosses to like the older Gunvolt's bosses, I think the bosses in this game were above average. Like actually kind of like compelled the player to think a little bit. And okay, the thinking part is like whatever, right? But I think the bosses felt like they were tuned more in accordance with like the character you're playing, like especially the character's power level, you know? So. The level design wasn't necessarily like top notch for me, but I don't know how much they could do to fix that regardless. Because, you know, no matter what they do, oh dear, this flashing. No matter what they do, Copen's going to be able to like fly through the levels anyway, right? Which is why, maybe that's why this game felt so much shorter. Because this game really didn't feel like it had that much content at all. Did I kill him with the super? I hope so. No one wants to see the boss just become uninteractable when you're about to kill them. Did I ever figure out what this nonsense of an attack was? Yeah, and I died to it. Wow, that's peak. Okay, I got revived at least. That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, overall, I think this game was fine. Again, same issue with all the Gunvolt games, with like just excessive flashing, especially on the final bosses for whatever reason, and it's a questionable story. Axe and Verge 2, I like this game actually. The main problem I had is that it took a while for the game to give you fast travel. I think the game should have given you fast travel from the very beginning. Because this game does have some moments where you're just like kind of randomly roaming to find where the exact next spot is where you're supposed to use the progression ability that you picked up. Yeah. And that wouldn't be as much of a problem if you have fast travel. So again, I'm just convinced that devs do that just to like pad out the playtime of their game. So that when people ask like, oh, how many hours is this game? Then the devs can say like, oh, this is a 14-hour game when it's actually just like 8 hours or 7. That's definitely what the Metroid Prime 4 devs were trying to do. Trying to make that game much longer with the green crystals hunt than what the game actually was. But this game really started to show its potential when you get the basically the ability to swap between the worlds. The breach and the normal world. Started feeling like Zelda a little bit. This being the breach. And it started to feel like you can like explore the paths in an actual desired order rather than just like a set linear order. Yeah, I really do think the dev improved quite a bit going from Axiom Verge 1 to 2. It's just that I guess the community at large didn't think the same for whatever reason. The music was also really good. I mean, yeah, the boss encounters are definitely not they're not like intense, but I think I've come to realize that like I don't know if I care that much about whether whether I care that much. I don't think it's really that important or necessary to have good bosses, or like I shouldn't say good bosses, to have like a bosses as a focal point, or boss fights as a focal point in a Metroidvania. If you're doing the important stuff right, then you won't really need to have like such like, oh, intense, amazing boss fights or whatever. That's like a nice bonus. Because you think back to like some of the old goats, like Super Metroid, Symphony of the Night. Like Super Metroid's bosses, I guess, are fine. Symphony of the Night's bosses are famously like really bad, basically. And it's not like that brings that game down to any significant degree. That's still an incredibly high quality game in every regard that it focuses on, at least. But yeah, boss design is not one of them. Now, I do think over time, like, Igarashi has found the kind of boss style that, he wants to favor going forward. And at the end of the day, if you put in mechanics in your game that allow for the player to get the sense of scaling and their power, then no matter how sophisticated you make your boss, then the players will be able to overcome it just by being more powerful, right? So you really just have to decide what sort of other priorities you want to focus on. And for Axiom Verge 2, they focus pretty much more on the exploration. And I think also just by the very nature of the dev, kind of the dev moved away from being like so shackled by the inspirations of Metroid like it was in the first game, that it felt like it allowed him to like be more free in how he implemented a lot of the like just basic systems, because it allowed for him to think of how those systems would like fit thematically, right? And like the backdrop of Axiom Verge with its like sci-fi craziness, So it's really cool. I think it worked really well. And then we have Furi. Furi's not actually the last one we'll talk about today, because there's still a couple more games that I have, and if any of you have been paying attention to my browser tabs, you'll understand why we have a few more. But yeah, Furry. Man, I really was not a fan of this game. And I still don't really think I am. I think I understand much better now the merits of this game and like who it's for. And I'm definitely not the target audience. That's what I'll say. But for people that excuse me, for people that love their like Souls games and their like the Souls style that's been adapted in so many action games nowadays, I guess this game appeals to those people quite strongly. This game does really do well the shmup inspiration with like some of these bullet hell patterns that it's integrated that are integrated. But I don't really think I don't really think this game understands very well what its merits are in terms of how the boss fights actually end up playing out when you're much better at them, at least. And the speedrun was really eye-opening for me in that regard. Because, you know, basically it's like you do the charge attack and then you wait for it to become vulnerable and then you land the charge attack, or you land the parry and then you land the charge attack, and then you basically do that. And then if you get a perfect parry, even better, because then you get to do a bunch of shots. But notice how the speedrunners, they, instead of doing the perfect parry like little attack animation, they instead opt not to do that and instead do the shots, because the shots apply the damage more quickly than what the cutscene perfect parry animation would, like this one that you see right here. Basically that was exactly what I was talking about. And yeah, I think I'm just like a broken record about this game. I've mentioned it a number of times already, but I really don't think this game I really don't think this game fully understands what it excels in. And it's evident in like the boss patterns and the way the bosses play out, especially for their final phase and stuff. Like it's just so on rails. So much like, you know, you will do this here, and the creativity opportunities are a lot more limited. And it's one thing if like the parries are like just, you know, timing mini game, or another thing where it's like a proper integration into your attack moveset. Like, you know, like for example, let's say like you have an attack that has like a parry window, instead of just having one parry action that you just use it in reaction to what the boss does, because you're waiting for the boss to do their thing, basically, right? But in this game, that's exactly the problem. They literally don't want you to attack them when you're not supposed to, because the bosses are programmed to auto dodge if you attack them when you're not supposed to, or they're programmed to auto parry, you know? And obviously you can exploit that to avoid undesirable patterns, because doing that interrupts whatever the boss was doing before. And maybe you can like basically re-roll a pattern to get a faster one that allows you to do your damage more quickly. But the fact that you're compelled to do that is what is indicative of the actual problem, right? That is exactly the point I'm trying to illustrate with that. And this, what we're seeing right now, is a point where you can't interact with the boss. You have to do the little mini game before you can interact with them again. I know some people will say interacting with the mini game is interacting with the boss, but if I'm thinking of a boss fight game, I want to fight the boss head on, directly, one-on-one, toe-to-toe, right? And that's not what's going on here. This is a little Mario Party minigame. We have to figure out what to do to make the boss hittable again. In this case, it's hit the pillars that are off screen while dodging the bullet hell. And And there's much more of this later on as well. Well, not really much more of it, but this type of thing is consistent with like the final phases of these bosses, where you're not really like fighting them and you're just like waiting them out pretty much. There's definitely potential with the style of game, or with this game in general, but I don't think it was fully realized, and it just results in like I just didn't really have that much fun with this game. So, and I don't know, like I didn't really see like a fun trajectory towards like optimization for this game, because it felt like you're confined to like the waiting still. And I was watching the speedrun and it was like confirmed what my suspicions were. Yeah, the charge attack is more damage, and I wasn't really using the charge attack, but you still had the reason they used the charge attack, or the reason the reason the charge attack would be optimal in the first place is because you have long moments where you can't interact with the boss anyway. So your best option is to load up your next attack basically while you're waiting, since you're gonna be waiting anyway. And that's because the way these boss fights are set up is like so scripted. Deliberately fights against potential creativity from the player, because you have to play the boss the way the game wants you to play it. Now, I do think this like last secret boss was cool, but I don't know, like it's optional. It's after two kind of underwhelming bosses. This boss we're seeing right now is literally just parry slap the boss, where it's just a reaction test, or worse yet, it's just pattern memorization, where you're just sitting there and waiting for it to be hittable. And then the chance you get to hit this boss is basically just once, which makes, again, charge attacks optimal, because then if you watch the speedruns for this boss fight, they're just using the charge attack and they just nuke this boss super fast, because they decided not to give this boss that much health, to account for the fact that you can't hit it other than in isolated one-off instances. You have to wait out its cutscene stuff, basically. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just. This game is just. I'm just not gonna play boss rush games again. All right, so yeah, that was all that was all the public blind playthroughs we did this year. I say public because there are several that were unlisted, or I did off stream on my own, and we'll talk about them. So first we got Wuchang, which is in its own playlist. And for those of you that want to check out the playlist for the Wuchang playthrough, I think it actually is public. Yeah, it is public. So those of you that want to check it out should be able to find it on the channel, but I'll post it in the live chat as well if you want to check it out on your own. Yeah, probably a lot of you are wondering why I even played this game, right? Yeah, these are unlisted, but the playlist is public. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't planning on playing this game. It wasn't like I was like anticipating it or anything, but I got it in a streamer giveaway, so I was like, okay, might as well try it out. And some of my other friends were playing it concurrently, so it was fun to play alongside them and exchange ideas and that type of thing. I mean, I ended up liking this game, actually, to my surprise, but I do think this game, in the version I played at least, was like pretty much everything wrong about like what Souls games have done to video games these days, you know? Like, there's a shocking, like, just weird misunderstanding of what things about Souls games are like interesting from like a game design perspective. Like, I don't like saying just like game design, because that's vague, but basically what I mean is like what sorts of things players associate with like positive memories, right? And if you're just looking for just like streamer moments to farm those and they're like very dull after the single time it happens, I feel like you're just like kind of just wasting your time. Not just wasting your time, you're wasting the player's time. Because those things like are only going to be funny once. And after that, like most people won't, not only will not care, but also like it doesn't add anything for the game on subsequent playthroughs, like which I think are still valuable to consider when you're making a game like this, subsequent playthroughs. Because subsequent playthroughs are what allow for the players to discover more things about what you put in your game, and allows for the depth of those systems to really show whether they hold up or not. Like whether they hold up or not will be exposed through subsequent playthroughs. And one thing that does hold up about this game, and I think is the strongest part about this game, is the combat. Like the nature of all like the spells and the weapons and the different aspects of the talent tree and stuff. It's all very cool. And they allow for like very varied play styles and all sorts of builds that are all pretty viable, I would say. Like there's certain weapons and stuff that are definitely much better than other ones. But when I had played through the game for the second, third, and fourth time, there wasn't a single weapon that I thought wasn't viable in some way or didn't have any merits that other weapons didn't have. Like even the weapon I thought that was pretty bad, like the dual blades, that one has merits against bosses that, like the boss we're seeing right now, Liu Chungun, who uses a sword. You can use the dual blades to absolutely tear through this boss, because you just keep clashing through every one of his attacks, and you pair it with lifesteal and you just obliterate him. So yeah, that was my clear attempt apparently that I snapped to, which is nice. Yeah, this was before like the stuff where they kind of made the game easier, to be honest. So it's pretty funny. I almost died though, and I had flask left, which is pretty common in this game. It's not unusual in Wuchang to die with flask, because this game's whole point is like you can keep applying damage through your combo and through your Skyborn Might and through your stamina refunds. And if you get hit through it, then you get knocked down. Then you get like Okizemed, basically, where you get hit while you're on the ground and then you die. Like it's a very cool like a glass cannon style, where like you can apply so much damage very quickly, but it can also all come crashing down in like a split second, you know? So oftentimes before the patch, at least, where they changed a lot of things about the game, including the story and stuff, it was not unusual to die with flasks still left, because you just basically never have an opportunity to use them. It allowed you to focus more on making yourself evasive and like weaving and dancing through the boss's strikes so that you can still apply damage to them, while being as like evasive as possible, right? And all these mechanics like flow together so well. Like the mechanics with the regaining stamina when you regain Skyborn Might. That's like one of my favorite talent tree nodes in this game, is that node. And then also like, you know, the buffs that you get from having higher badness, which is supposed to increase the damage you take while increasing the damage you deal as well. But I don't think it actually does that entirely. At least not in the way the game tells you. Yeah, with a variety of spells as well, which are all really cool. The consumables are all very useful. I mean, it has the same system of consumables as Dark Souls, where they disappear from your inventory after you use them, even if you die. So it's kind of discourages you from experimenting in that same regard. But at least on subsequent playthroughs, other than the first playthrough, it's very useful, I would say. But just the you know, they just took whatever lessons from Dark Souls, like, I guess, for whatever reason, like just having random trolls in random spots that like don't it's just meaningless. Like it's just like, oh yeah, ha 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 ha, you got trolled here. Now you have to make a trek back from your previous save point, which was like all the way across the other side. It's just silly. In this game, like having run backs in general, I don't know why it had them. And some of the run backs are like bad in like the worst way. It's not even like an actual like running through enemies to like get past them or whatever, or like, oh, you can use the enemies to get your resources or something. No, it's stuff like the run back to Fongling, which I can I don't think it was in this VOD. Where's the run back to Fongling? Oh, I did this area after Liu Chungan. Is that? Huh? Wait, what? Why was that area after Cloudspire? So what is it? Fongling? No, okay, well, oh, you know what? Cloudspire and Jungwu Temple was like a crossroads, I think. So I might have gone to. Oh, you know what? You can get to the spot where the forest is from the spot that you enter, or one of the spots that branches off from Cloudspire. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, that makes sense actually. So I think I just did like a little divergence. Yeah, this game visually is also really beautiful, but like there's a lot of things. This game really could have been very. Okay, I shouldn't say could have been. There's a lot of merits in this game basically, but then they just have some like weird choices from Dark Souls that like just don't make any sense to. They just don't fit in this game at all. But I still would rather play this game than Dark Souls because the combat is so fun, you know? Like Dark Souls combat, I don't think is that fun by comparison because it's very slow. It's very what's the word? It's very slow. It's very taxing, you know. You just got to sit there and wait and then dodge and then attack and then dodge and then like you're playing like a turn-based kind of fight, you know. Whereas in this game, you're trying to figure out how to onslaught like so much damage without getting hit with it, like while still being evasive, and it's very fun. And there is still stamina to manage in this game, but once you like get enough talent nodes, then you get the talent node that allows you to refund stamina when you get Qanba Might. And that's where everything like really starts to flow together. It's really fun, you know. But sadly, oh yeah, I forgot to mention the quest lines too. The quest lines are just like, bruh. Like literally, if you like talk to someone in the wrong order, at least before the patch that they did, like there's still some issues with it. But if you talk to someone in the wrong order, then you can get soft locked out of one of the good endings, and you're just locked into the bad ending no matter what. It's so bad. And in general, if you like go to a certain area out of order, then you can get locked into the bad ending immediately just by completing events in that area. Because then a character that you need to do, or a character that you need to interact with, like dies off screen, and then you go to like an area that you need to talk to that character to, and they're not there, and then another character is just like sneering at you basically, and you have a choice you're presented when you talk to that character. And then no matter what choice you pick there, you're already in the bad ending and it doesn't even matter. And in order to fix that, you have to start a whole new playthrough unless you backed up your save, which is only really feasible on the PC version. Because this game was on Xbox Game Pass as well, which is how a lot of people played it. Anyway, I mentioned Fongling, but we can see Bow Sorcerer first, I guess. There were some trolls here that I remember very vividly that are all gone because they patched a lot of them out. There was a troll where you go up like a big ladder. Oh, was it here? It might have been here. Wait a minute. Oh, it was here. Yes. Okay, we found the exact spot. Perfect. Look at that fall, by the way. Yeah, I think it was here. So like after you get up this ladder, there's I noticed it actually. There were clams here. And I was like, there's got to be clams here. We can listen into what I said, actually, for that matter. Oh, look at those clams. That is hilarious. I am cackling right now. Yes. Yes, so funny. So funny. Oh my goodness. Oh. Now imagine if I died, by the way. There it is. Yeah, dude. From like the tiniest enemy. No. Wow. Wow. I got ladder ganked, dude. That was like a ledge guard. Oh my goodness, it's so good. It's so good. By the way, that second time I climbed up the ladder, there's actually nothing I could have done. There's legit nothing I could have done. Like, you can't buffer a dodge here because you have to go through like the last part of the elevator, or not elevator, the ladder climbing animation, which you're locked into. You maybe there's a way to cancel it that I'm like not aware of, but I was still in like the ladder animation, the very last part of the ladder animation. I might have been able to walk forward there like maybe 1 frame, but look, I tried dodging out as well and it didn't come out, it looks like, because I could see on my controller display, like, I guess you guys aren't able to see it because I'm covering, but I saw on my controller the display that actually I can rewind and just remove my camera quickly. Like, you guys will be able to see. Just notice right here. Like, you can see I pressed dodge right there and then I just still got hit. It sucks, dude. Yeah, but you know, again, retrospectively, I really did enjoy this game. I definitely complained about it a lot during the playthrough, and as you guys might notice, like, all of this playthrough is entirely unlisted. I won't publish it, but I don't think I'm like, you know, basically I still have a desire to play this game on stream. Like, I'll still play it more, but I just probably won't speedrun it. I was planning on speedrunning it, and then they took forever to do the boss retry patch, and I just lost interest. But I still like this game, so yeah. I just don't really like it. The things that really just didn't sit right with me about this game was the trolling, which was like just a blatant misunderstanding of, or like a blatant like misplaced inspiration from Dark Souls, and then the fact that the quest lines are so fragile. The quest lines break at like the like a mere cough, basically. It's so sad, and there's no way to track them like in your menu. You have to go to the save points and see the icons to basically know that you've progressed their quest, and even then, that doesn't necessarily indicate to you properly, because you only know by the time you get to one of the spots that they're supposed to be at, and good luck finding that out without a guide. Anyway, where's Fong Ling? What? Wait, where's Cloudspire in the first place? The end of Cloudspire? Didn't I do? Maybe I didn't do the Fong Ling fight on stream. That would probably be it. I guess not, because I would have fought her after this. I think, at least. Oh. This is the famous troll spot right here. Wait a minute. Where is it? Oh, wait, no, I didn't get there yet. Okay. Oh, I'm already here, though. Isn't this Worship's Rise and Ruins? Oh man, okay. I guess I didn't stream everything that I did for this game. Like, I played some off stream, it looks like. I mean, obviously I did, because, you know, the first VOD is not from my first hours of playing the game, so. Man. That's okay though. But yeah, some of the things in this game are super whack anyway. Needs more ambushing too. Yeah, because by this point this is like chapter 4, so I don't even know if I got my Fong Ling fight on stream. It was really bad though. Like that section before Fong Ling was really bad anyway. Oh, Hong Lon 2. I was using the longsword, it looks like. Yeah, I like the lifesteal temperance a lot. I don't necessarily think it's the best one. I mean, obviously the best one is the fire one, which is the one you start with by default, which is very funny. I do think they should have tuned the damage on burn. Burn is like just too good. It's not really much of a reason to use the other status effects because burn is just so much better. Unless you're using the dual blades. The dual blades using lifesteal is actually pretty good still, but for literally every other weapon in the game. Okay, apart from like the one-handed sword as well. But even the one-handed sword got buffed when they like basically they did like a system change where all the enemy, like all the weak type enemies get staggered by like basically a speck of the wind, which is to say basically the weakest attacks on the weakest weapon classes are a lot more easily able to stagger enemies, because before like even the weaker enemies had super armor through those things. So now you can basically loop weaker enemies with the one-handed sword's dash attack, which made meleeing with the one-handed sword so much better. So I wouldn't be surprised if using fire temperance with the one-handed sword is still pretty good. Oh, this was old patch still, so you know, when you're downed, you can get comboed, which dude, I don't know why they changed that. Pretty sad about that. I thought the way they actually did it made it pretty interesting. Strategical element to when to wake up. Like, you know, if you want to punish the boss or if you want to give yourself an actual opportunity to disengage, then those opportunities were given through that. Oop, almost got one shot. And I got one shot. You body. Oh, this is okay. This is my clear attempt. We can watch the Honglan 2 clear, not the entirety of it because it takes too long. Yeah, I thought for sure I had my my Zhenwu Temple adventures on stream. Maybe I did, and I just skipped past it. I do want to look for it while we're still here, but might not be able to find it. I'm surprised I wasn't using the parry, considering I'm using the longsword. It's really surprising, actually. The longsword parry is like super good against all the weapon bosses. So yeah, that was the Honglan 2 clear. Okay, where's the 7 out of 10 needs more ambushing? Where's the Zhenwu Temple stuff? Oh yeah, we watched the Bootsies tournament at Evo. Wait, did I really already finish Zhenwu Temple by this point? Oh no, this is the beginning. Okay. So I should have gotten trolled in this VOD then. I would think, at least. Yep, I remember that. Okay, yep. I remember this. Okay. But this is still okay. Did I fight? Forgot the name of the guy, but the lightning guy. Did I fight him in this VOD? Oh. Okay, so yeah, I got to the troll off stream then. Liu Wenshu. Or Wenshu probably. But yeah, I think I got to it off stream then. Sad, sad. Final stretch. Yeah, I think also the large enemy bosses in this game were not the best, to be honest. This was the final boss. Pretty big disappointment. It's not a bad boss per se, but like for a final boss, it's definitely not as epic as it could have been, given some of the bosses before him. Hope that was the clear. Oh yeah, I was using the Retro Rage strat. Lotus Soul Flame. Lotus Soul Flame, that's what it's called. This was my least favorite part about fighting the large bosses in this game, is the fact that you have to kind of reposition manually, and it, like in these massive arenas, it takes forever to do that. Thankfully, like again, by this point in the game, you have plenty of stamina, so it's not the worst, I guess. But like, still, man, definitely not the most fun aspect about it. Wow, I wasn't using the dash attack right away. That's crazy. I could have died there. Like right after that obliterate attack, you should definitely just be doing the dash attack for one-handed sword. Any other attack with a one-handed sword melee wise is just awful. This game should have had a boss rush. I wonder if they're still willing to put in a boss rush, but nah, I guess not. It's too late. What ending did I get? Realm of Dreams. So this is the, like, this is the not bad ending, but not best ending either. Right? This is the ending that's like more involved, like, or is it more involved? I forgot forgot the endings. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't matter. Retro Rage is correct. Story bad, no worries. I forgot. Anyway, yeah, Wuchang was an interesting ride. Yeah, I did like it more than Dark Souls 3, but it, like, this game, I guess, also just showed more like, yeah, if there's like just a better polished game with still the Souls formula, I think it can work really well and be fun. All right, next to talk about is Silksong. Oh dear. Oh dear. Super useful, but it looks cool. That's Silksong. Yeah. What a funny game. It doesn't look, dude, it doesn't feel right seeing me seeing footage of me playing this game. It doesn't feel right at all. This is indeed a game I played though. Don't worry, I played it so I could be informed when I talk about it. That's how we play on this channel. You know, I thought I had so much to say when we were going to talk about this as part of like the year in review for last year, but I don't know. I feel like I've exhausted most of what I want to say about this game in like numerous forms. I still haven't done like a proper, like, you know, clipped for a review for uploads for Silksong, but I don't know if I want to either. I'll probably just do a separate video on Silksong if that even happens. Again, I don't know if I want to, and it's not because I don't feel like it. It's because I don't want to have to deal with Silksong commenters. As much as I get entertained by all of it, you know, it's just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I thought I had so much to say. I don't really have that much to say. So much trolling in this game. People say the bosses are peak. People also say like the run, or not runbacks, the economy is fine now, which I guess it probably is. But the economy shouldn't be something that you complain about to begin with for a Metrovania. And for the most part, it's a complaining point because it interferes with the natural exploration of the game, which is why it's a talking point in the first place. And that's the shameful part, you know? Wow, it really took this long to get one ending. You know what? I think it took longer because I was kind of messing around in Act 2. I remember. Oh, people don't talk about it, but I actually think Sinner's Road is way worse than what's it called? Biowater. Sinner's Road is horrible. Sinner's Road is like the one area in the game where I actually feel like better off just skipping everything pretty much. Because the rewards for killing enemies are just not high in general. But traversing Sinner's Road is just awful. Oh yeah, my run back to Sinner's Road is from Greymoor because I never figured out how to disable the trap on the bench. Or not disable the trap, sorry. Get the bench to work, because it's like there's like a faulty bench when you get to the first bench in Sinner's Road, and the way to fix it is locked behind a fake wall. Isn't that peak? So peak, guys, so peak. Game of the year, best game of all time. So yeah, my run back was from Greymoor. And see how like I'm just like, I'll just skip everything, right? This is actually optimal, by the way. If you care about the game respecting your time, which you should, because I just want to get to the fun parts of the game, which is the exploring. But this game does everything in its power to make the desire to get to exploring as painful as possible. So you see this sign that's pointing to like a bench right here? This is where the faulty bench is. Oh, and you can see how much money I'm carrying, $11.95. That is a lot of money to be carrying in this game, or not having like a nearby bench. But the way I was playing, I was also skipping encounters that I knew were just not going to be worthwhile, you know? Excuse me. Which is pretty much every encounter, honestly. There's very few, if any, encounters that are actually worthwhile. And the encounters that are worthwhile, you only do them when you're trying to specifically grind for money. And when you're grinding for money, you're just going to dedicate to a grind. Excuse me. When you're grinding for money, you're just going to dedicate to that grind before you actually do your exploring. Because that's actually like the most optimal way to... Or I shouldn't say optimal, but that's like the safest way to explore into an area that you haven't visited in yet. Is to grind first and then spend all the money on the stuff like save points and the fast travel and the mapping and stuff, and then you venture into that area, so that if you lose the money from like dying 2 times in a row, like it doesn't matter that much, right? Because you weren't going to spend the money on stuff anyway. It's just silly. Oh, and also, by the way, this like this, I forgot what it's called, but this thing I was using here that protects me from dying for 1 hit, that makes such a big difference. Oh my goodness. And guess what? It's locked behind a breakable wall, and a missable breakable wall at that. If you don't get it within a certain part of the game, there's a chance you never get it again, because like you advance the story and stuff. I think it's when you get to Act 2, that guy dies, so you can't buy any of his stuff again, which includes this ability right here. I think the only reason I even stuck out playing this game was because the movement is good. And that's the best part about this game, the movement. Too bad the actual game is like pretty middling at best. Actually, it's pretty bad. Dare I say, I think I do actually think Hollow Knight is much better composed of a game. Because in this game they just doubled down on like the worst parts about Hollow Knight. Parts that you'd expect to have matured with the amount of time that's passed, right? Between Hollow Knight and this game. But no, it's got to be difficult. Again, I don't think this game is difficult, at least not in a way that's like really that meaningful. Frustrating, yes. It just baffles me that like dude, I really don't understand what people find difficult about this game. This game is, what the difficult part about it is getting through the game. Is this fast forwarded or something? No, this is normal speed. That's crazy. This game really is fast, isn't it? Well, I'm also using like the fast, what's it called? Like, look at this hit and run gameplay. It's so peak. It's so peak. Oh my goodness. Because yeah, the optimal way to play this game is to just not engage with enemies, especially enemies in this area. Oh, gank. Oh, bench. Wow. So yeah, this is the bench I ended up getting. I didn't get the other bench because I didn't know how to fix it. But it is funny that I would rather play this game than play Hollow Knight just because the movement's that much better. Oh, the Widow. Yeah, I don't think I had that much trouble with the bosses. Well, I mean, I didn't really have trouble like with the areas in general at all, but it's just more so like a sentimental trouble, not like a mechanical trouble or like a progress trouble or like trying to figure out where to go and stuff. But part of that is having seen people play this game already. That's what that kind of does for you, right? And see, if by knowing the trolls the game is just like super whatever to get through, then like I feel like the difficulty you're incorporating is just not very interesting in that case. Simply just by knowing the trolls. No, I'm not talking about like getting better at the game. I'm just saying simply by knowing, you know. Wow, that was it for Widow. I wonder what crests the speedrunners use for like true ending and stuff. Anyway, I'm not watching any more of this. Maybe I'll watch more on my own, but you know, it's kind of whatever. All right, we have a few more games to talk about. These are just like general games I've played last year and didn't necessarily do a stream for them. Yeah, so it was let's see, Valkyrie Profile, Samus Returns, or Metroid Samus Returns, Metroid Zero Mission, Nestroid. We already talked about Wuchang. Rusted Moss, which I didn't finish. Silk Song, which we already talked about. Metal Slug Tactics, Cardon CL, Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma, Iterna Noctis, which I didn't finish. Gundam Seed Battle Destiny, which I plan on finishing, but I haven't finished yet still. Blaster Master Zero, which I also haven't finished yet, but I plan on finishing. Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, which I plan on finishing, haven't finished yet, and Castlevania Dracula X. Valkyrie Profile, which I played after I played that, quickly became one of my favorite games. Very unorthodox Japanese RPG. I feel like calling it like a JRPG doesn't really do it justice, because it's not really styled in a JRPG at all. It's styled in like a very Norse mythology like backdrop and presentation. It's got not full voice acting, but it's got English voice acting as well. It's not particularly great English voice acting, but it's very memorable. It's very charming. What else is there to say about it? Yeah, there's a very sharp difficulty spike in the mid game, and I think that's the hardest part about the game. And then even the end game, I don't think is as hard as the mid game difficulty spike. It's like it's like a gauntlet almost, and you're trying to explore like a very labyrinthian dungeon. It's like a mini Metroidvania, that dungeon is. Tower of Lazard Valeth. If any of you know about Valkyrie Profile, you'll know what I'm talking about. Tower of Lazard Valeth is it's a true test. The true test that a tower is. I do think it could have used more save points, but it's not entirely unreasonable the way they laid it out. But you have to just really make sure that you're well equipped to handle it when you go in there. Which, you know, if you play Valkyrie Profile with the guide, I think it's a lot more manageable, but it's still pretty tricky even with the guide, because you have to understand the mechanics pretty well and know how to optimize your team combinations and stuff. Not your team combinations only, like, you know, how to combo with your character's attacks, but also how to time the what's it called, the arts. I forgot what they're called, but it's basically the supers. Because the order you do your supers in determines how much damage they do, and some characters' supers scale much better when being later on in the order than others. So you want them to be later on in the order, and then you want the earlier ones to be earlier because they build up the super gauge much more easily, so that you can do the successive supers in that manner. Yeah, it's an awesome game. Great music as well. The story I think doesn't end on the best note or the most interesting note. I feel like the ending is kind of whatever for the true ending, but maybe the post-game content, which I still haven't done. I could probably pull up the game quickly. Let me see. I still have my save on this computer. I don't know, actually. Okay, yeah, maybe not. I mean, I plan on playing Valkyrie Profile on stream at some point anyway, because I need to redo the game, but on hard mode, because sadly I played on normal mode when I first played through. I should have played on hard. Hard is actually the easiest, because it's the way the game works is that hard mode has the most items available and gives you the most time. Well, no, not the most time. It gives you more dungeons, which in turn gives you more chances to get your character stronger, basically. So, but yeah, it's a fun game, very fun game. I would highly recommend that one. I guess we can pull up the browser capture for what I'm talking about, so you guys know. So this game right here, it's an awesome game. All right, and then what else? Metroid Samus Returns. I already mentioned this at length when we did the tier list. I actually have my save file on this computer as well, but again, I think we'll refrain from pulling it up for now, because I talked at length about it already. This was a great precursor to Metroid Dread. I think a lot more people should check this game out for sure if they're Metroid fans. The game gets much better with the mid to late game progression abilities, but I still think it's a pretty solid game for what it is. The controls are definitely slightly iffy, with the the nature of having to use the touchscreen to switch between the missile types and the shot types as well. It's a little bit clunky, but overall it's a pretty solid Metroid game. I'd say it's better than Fusion still, which is my metric for like the absolute low point of Metroid, 2D Metroid at least. So yeah, and then Zero Mission I've talked about as well on the tier list streams, which if you want to check out the tier list streams, where's the playlist for that? I put all the tier list videos and streams in one playlist, I think. Let me see. This one right here. Yeah, it is public. So yeah, you can view all the updates here. It's not well time-stamped. I'm sorry about that, but actually, is this even ordered? What in the world is this order? Okay. Tier list. Let's update 1.2. 1.4, 1.4, 1.5. Didn't I have another one after this though? Oh, you know what? I don't think I did an update after playing Axiom Verge. Yeah, I did not. Okay, so Axiom Verge wasn't ranked yet. But I know where I would put Axiom Verge, or Axiom Verge 2. So yeah, it's fine. But yeah, anyway, I think I talked about Samus Returns in this one. Or before that. Fusion. Oh no, never mind. I guess I hadn't finished it yet still. So was it this one then? So this is 1.0, then 1.1, then 1.2, I'm guessing, right? So yeah, okay, this is when I talked about Samus Returns. I'm showing. Yeah, so if you want to hear the Samus Returns thoughts in detail, you can go watch this video. And I'll post it as well. Yeah, I don't think I really changed my thoughts or stance on this game. I definitely do think it's better than people give it credit. It's not that bad. I don't know. Again, I don't understand why people say it's bad per se. I mean, if you're saying from the controls perspective, I think that's reasonable. But I think like this game would be like one of those that stands like right in the middle, like basically dead average for a 2D Metroid game, which is fine. It's like steep competition when you have stuff like Dread and Super Metroid and Metroid Zero Mission. A lot of people would put this game as their worst 2D Metroid. I don't know. I mean, I played Nestroid as well. Like, surely... Okay, I do think... Okay, fine. I do think I like Nestroid more than this game. But this game, like, obviously is much less grating to play if you were to play it right now compared to Nestroid, so yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Metroid Samus Returns. Yeah, Nestroid I've talked about already. I actually still have not finished Nestroid technically, but I'm satisfied with how much I played of it. I mean, I literally just have like the last what's it called? The last like traversal from Kraid to get, and then to get into Torian and finish the game. But you know, I guess if I'm in the mood, I'll do that last stretch. But this is like a good historical game to play. Obviously, best played with the map beside you, but yeah, I quite enjoyed it after playing Zero Mission. Because I mean, the nice thing is that like what compelled me to play this game, because before I was like, oh, listening to what everyone else was saying, which is like, you know, don't play this game, right? Because it's very grating. But because at the end of Zero Mission, they give you access to play the original Metroid, I'm like, okay, sure, I'll try it. And I actually thought it was pretty cool. Like you can clearly see like the early renditions of their nonlinear exploration, like how they path out the rooms and stuff to allow for the player to gradually uncover them in a funneling pattern. So it's really cool. It also has like the early like presentation of the ideas around, like, you know, managing resources, having to stock up on missiles, having to like manage your health, and like managing the enemies and the positions and stuff. But sadly, I think slightly ruined a little bit by having the player respawn with only 30 health. That's definitely a questionable thing, and that's 30 health no matter how many E-tanks you have, so pretty yikes. But I do like the idea where they, you know, when you die, you have the password and it allows you to respawn in the beginning of the area with all your progress still. That's definitely nice. So yeah, I like this game a lot. We already talked about Wuchang. Rusted Moss, I mean, I talked about this as well in the Metroidvania tier list. Which one was it? Might have been the most recent one. Yeah, the most recent one, I updated my position for it. Oh, no, wait, no. Okay. Was it this one? It might have been this. Because I actually, yeah, it was this one, 1.4. Because I actually, like, I haven't finished it still, and I don't plan on finishing it. So I just left it here, but basically accounted for the fact that I would place it here if I did finish. I don't know if there's anything the game can possibly do for it to redeem my perspective on it. Metal Slug Tactics. We haven't talked about this on the stream before, but I did do a few streams of it. I enjoy this game a lot. I haven't done the true final boss yet still. I might get to that eventually, but yeah. I got to the point where I'm like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this game, but I had to still finish my other games in my backlog, so I didn't want to get too distracted by it. So that's where I'm standing right now with it. Let me see. Right here? Okay. Wow, that was in February last year. That's crazy. I don't think I did a full run either. I think I was continuing a run I'd already started. Yeah, I mean, tactics games like this are just not the fastest because there's a lot of, especially this game, there's like a lot of decision making and there's a lot of depth. And I love that there's a lot of depth, but you know, obviously runs take a long time and it's a roguelite. So if you mess up, then your run back is literally the whole run. So that is pretty troublesome. But it's a very fun game, very well made. Stylistically, it still captures all the elements that you'd expect from a Metal Slug game, but it's like genuinely high quality. So it's awesome. I love that Leona's in the game as well. I managed to unlock everyone. Oh, you know what? That's what happened. I think my motivation was like, I'm going to unlock Leona and then I'm done basically, right? Yeah, I remember now. Because I literally like, I unlocked Leona and then I stopped. I mean, I'm still going to go back to this game eventually, but yeah. I'm definitely, my motivation was definitely along those lines pretty much. I didn't even play that much of her. And definitely not in this VOD. Yeah, this is not the true final boss. This is like one of the final bosses, I guess. No, I mean, actually this might just be like the second to last final boss, because there's only one other final boss after this one. You just have to take the correct route, pretty much. Yep. Yeah. Definitely check this one out. Even if you're not a Metal Slug fan, I think this is just a good game in general. Highly recommend. On sale, it's definitely worthwhile. Let me see how much it is right now. Hello, where's Steam? Bruh. Steam? I can't get Steam to pull up for some reason. There we go. I'm just trying to see how much it is right now. I think the Steam sale's already over though, so. Yeah, it is over. But it's 25 bucks base price. Yeah, next time this goes on a sale, it's definitely worth it. It got 40% off during the December sale, it looks like, which is pretty good. Definitely some good content within it. I still haven't finished the content that's present beyond like the fact that there's the other final boss. There's like all the other difficulties. There's so many difficulty settings, and they actually change a lot of like meaningful things other than just like numbers. They change the enemy types. They change the arrangements of the enemies that you can get in certain levels. Yeah. But honestly, even if you play this game on like one of the medium difficulties, there's still it's still pretty challenging. You gotta have a good understanding of positioning and like how to get the synchronized attacks as often as possible. This game is all about synchronized attacks, and of course, like I like over the course of playing the game, I realized like just how valuable it is to have good movement on the characters you're playing. So prioritizing movement is very important as well, because movement in this game is inherently defense. Like the more you can move, not even just like talking about like the ability to reposition, this game literally gives you like higher, like it's called dodge basically. And the longer distance you move, based on whether you like jump over something or based on whether you jump down like an elevation, the more dodge you get. And of course, moving also gives you adrenaline, which you use for as your resource for your special abilities. But dodge is extremely powerful because it's like a bonus HP pool over the course of the battle. But yeah, I wish, I mean, this game can be faster. It's just that like I'm just not good enough to make it faster yet. It's not even like, oh, I want to fast forward it. It's literally like it's so hard to make decisions. So it's pretty slow. All right, there was Metal Slug Tactics, Card on CL. I don't have any footage of this game. Not that I would want to have footage, probably anyway. This game is fun. It's basically it's a Mega Man Battle Network like roguelite deck builder game. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to think of like all the tags this game has that would describe it sufficiently, but yeah, that's what this game is pretty much. Card on CL. It's very fun too. Very, very fun. I think the problem I have with it is just the aesthetic, man. There was definitely no need for them to include certain things that they did, so just kind of baffling, but you know, what can you do? Gameplay is fun, at least. The demo available. $25. I don't think this game is a $25 game. It's more like a maybe $15 game. But it's one of those where you can pick it up on a sale and try it out. And you'll know whether you like it from like the first 20 minutes, basically. It's really easy to know whether you like it or not, whether you can tolerate the aesthetic and other nonsense this game is going on. And then a big hitter as well from this year, Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma. I don't think this is my favorite Rune Factory by any means still, but this is like an absolute, like this would be like one of my game of the years personally. Like I don't think it's like one of those top 3 games I would say is like the most influential on me this year per se, because like Rune Factory I was already influenced by it from prior years and stuff getting into it, but this would definitely be like my game of the year type of game from this year. Captured the Rune Factory formula excellently, in like in a manner where like they have like newfound additional focus on the story that previous Rune Factory games don't really have as much of a focus on. And I mean, like the story's not anything like really that great, but you know, it's a nice, pleasant narrative, you know. The combat's cool. It's not anything crazy either. It's cool though. They added like a hard difficulty or something like that, like a bot, like where you can fight the bosses, and it's supposed to be like a true test of your skills or whatever. I don't know. I didn't check it out yet. I didn't check out that because I still haven't finished the main story. But I've been taking my time with this game because I like doing all the like extraneous farming and stuff. Optimize every day. They added a lot of great quality of life features to this game. I have footage of this game myself, so I can pull that up. But they added a lot of quality of life. They added like basically time stop while you're farming for certain, like while you're in the farm mode, it's time stop, which is huge. They added a lot of things. Like they truly added a lot of things. It's kind of impossible to go over everything. They added fast travel. Like, this is crazy, dude. Like instant fast travel anywhere. I mean, okay, they didn't, it's not something they added because technically previous Rune Factory games had fast travel too. It's just that like the fast travel in this game is like insane. Like you like instantly go to like pretty much exactly any spot you need to go to, because there's always like a fast travel point or like a save point near the spot of interest. And what I mean by do it from anywhere is that you can do it without needing to interact with like an interactable fast travel point. You can just do it by opening the map. It's awesome. I actually still think the way Rune Factory 4 handled it was still pretty solid for its time, but this game is just like unmatched with how good its fast travel is. And it actually matters too. It's not like the fast travel in this game is not like trivializing the exploration or anything like how it can be felt in Blade Chimera. You still have to visit the area that you're trying to fast travel to. And then when you're fast traveling to it in the future, it's because you're trying to harvest the resources from that area, maybe from the enemies, maybe from the fields, you know? Yeah. So those are all like factors that come into play. Yeah, again, like the combat is like, it's not like it's hard or anything, but it's definitely pretty cool. I think it's good enough for a game like this. They also removed like the kind of like the grind has been slightly curbed in this game because you're guaranteed to get drops from every enemy you kill, and like you're also guaranteed to get drops from every resource that you harvest. It's just what type of drop you get, or like how many drops you get, or like the RNG factor, but you're guaranteed to get drops. It's like basically 100% chance for something to drop when you kill an enemy. And there's also like no need to like go and grab it and pick it up like manually, you know? Like you're always guaranteed to get it, which I think is like huge. Again, these are all like quality of life things that might seem minor, but for a game with this kind of gameplay loop, it all matters. It all adds up. Yeah, it's an excellent game. It's true. Like dude, I was just like, man, when was the last time I played a game that was actually like fully functional? Say fully functional. Look what we're looking at right now. That's so funny. Yeah, but when's the last time I played a game that was fully functional on launch and was like actually good? Not just fully functional, but actually good. But yeah. All right, I turn an Noctis. I don't have footage for, but not that I would want to anyway. Battle Destiny, Gundam Seed Battle Destiny. I don't have footage for either. But the reason I don't have footage for that one, I was contemplating whether to play it on stream. I'm still not 100% certain. I think I'll play it on my own still. But yes, I still have to think about that one. Blaster Master Zero, I was playing for like a kind of R&D purposes, and that's the extent of what I'll say for now. But I enjoyed the game. Like, it's a really cool game, considering considering its age, I guess, like the time period it came from originally. It's very cool, the things that they incorporated. It has like those early developments of like the ideas that you would see nowadays in a Metrovania, and for that matter, a lot better than some Metrovanias that come out nowadays. Just insane, dude. Yeah, not much to say about that one otherwise. A Link to the Past. Ooh, I don't have footage for it. I have technically my save file in here, but it's fine. Yeah, A Link to the Past. This game is like so crazy for the time it came out in. I think now, unfortunately, I think my perception of it has been tainted because of how many games are similar to it. Isaac. And it's caused me to probably not feel as like fond of it as I would be otherwise. And I'm not even trying to say it's a bad game. I'm just trying to say, like, it's unfortunate that I've played some games that are clearly inspired by it or are similar to it, which is a lot of games, because there are a lot like this game was doing a lot of these things well before they entered the mainstream, like puzzles and discovery, exploration, all like presented in a very simple kind of game. It's not a very complicated game, at least from what I can tell, but swapping between times, like, it's crazy, dude. To this day, I'm like, oh, that's like a Zelda puzzle. I mean, that's how you're supposed to think of it, because that, like, Zelda was the one that came in the forefront and pioneered that, at least in you know, in mainstream video games. I'm sure there's a game before that might have done it, but Zelda was the one that at least popularized it, that's for sure. Yeah. So I still need to finish that game, but you know, we'll get to it hopefully soon. And then Dracula X. You know what? I'm good. I don't want to talk about it. I'd rather just play like something else. Dracula X. I just used save states and then moved on. Yeah, I think that's most of what I played. There's definitely some games that I'm missing from the list I mentioned, the list I was using, that I was reciting off right now. But that should be it for the most part. Yeah. And of course, for those of you that missed the big reveal, woo, we're gonna be playing Sekiro for our next blind playthrough game, so that should be exciting. And we'll be starting that the next stream, so it'll be quickly approaching the day that we'll be doing our next blind playthrough, the first one of 2026. Again, for the Sekiro blind playthrough, we're gonna try out doing a public chat and a public stream. If neither of those work out, I'll lock the chat to approved users only. And then if I don't feel great about that, we'll go further and make it unlisted. And then I'll publish the streams after. I'll publish the VODs after the streams finish. Once again, I mean, this goes without saying, but make sure not to spoil things. And if you're trying to give a tip, make sure that either I'm okay with it first, like I've said that, you know, any tips from you guys, like if I'm asking for tips, that's fine. Or make sure that I at least have had a chance to see what in the world is going on in the game before the tip is given. Okay. It's just for the spirit of as good of a blind playthrough as possible, and it'll make both the viewer and the player experience better. That's how I see it. So yeah, that's what's in store. As for the year in review upload, again, I'm still unsure about that one. Like, again, I got sick, so the plans got put into a spiral a little bit, but that's okay. It's okay. Man makes plans. God orders the steps. That's the nature of things. So we'll probably yeah, we'll have to see, because I'll be focused on the preparation for the GDQ Back to Black run alongside the blind playthrough, so there might not be time for it. I'll figure out a way to like make up for it if we can't exactly do a year in review upload. But I do think a year in review upload is definitely proper enough for the games that we played last year. Yeah, and for that matter, again, don't forget that GDQ Back to Black will be happening next February, next month, which is February. Come on now. Let me get the schedule for GDQ Back to Black up. It'd be this. So my run for Bloodstained Ritual of the Night randomizer will be, right now it's scheduled for Friday in the evening, Pacific Standard Time. But again, this time can change. And the one and only Bobby will actually be on commentary for this one. So it should be exciting. We'll have a very knowledgeable person on this, on the commentary for this run. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's still unknown whether they'll slot Aria of Sorrow into the schedule. Right now, it's still a backup run. And at this rate, I don't think it's going to be slotted in, because there's not anything that calls for it to be slotted in at the moment. But of course, keep an eye out on the schedule for any up-to-date info. And again, we'll be doing some practice of Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, a little bit on stream, in the lead up to the event. Yeah. So that's all we've got, guys, for the stream. And that should conclude our year in review for 2025. Don't think we've got anything else to mention while we're still here. Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, I think I did enjoy most of the games we played last year, but there are some absolute stinkers that I don't want to have anything to do with ever again. Which, you know, that's okay. That happens. But if nothing else, there's a level of entertainment with all the things that we played, so I'm satisfied with what we did. Here's to another set of fun games this year, I guess. We'll see. I don't have like a list of games that we're going to be playing, actually, for that matter. Why does it say manual? Anyway, I don't have a list of games right now. We're pretty much just going to go with the flow for now. Before I was doing polls, and I think they worked out pretty well, but I kind of want to go at my own pace this year, so we'll try out that for these first couple of months and see how it goes. Starting off with Sekiro. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. That's going to be all. Next stream should be the start of the playthrough, so look forward to it. Catch you all next time.